start streaming. I did the stupid thing and I was talking while I hit the button to start streaming on YouTube. Oopsies. Okay, you get to vibe both YouTube and Twitch for once. Get to vibe to whatever. You get to stare at Dia for a second because you get to stare at Dia this whole video. I'm gonna finish my granola bar. Hold, please. But yeah, we're testing. Anyway, well, okay, I say I'm gonna finish my granola bar, and then I successfully. My brain's like, no. Yep. Just for any VOD watchers, welcome. Hopefully there will be. If you didn't see my community post, I plan on turning mid rolls off on YouTube because it's the only real solution for the overloaded ads problem that YouTube has, which is dumb. And anyways, I want to fix it. So we're testing C6 Dehya today. Hopefully it's a better VOD watching experience. And we're not gonna. This is not gonna require, I think, as well. Okay, I'm gonna do like the show. I have a few teams we're gonna go through that I want to see like how C6 Dehya is in each of them. And we're not gonna like activate every single constellation, but we will do some testing with C4 Dehya before activating C6. We're not gonna level 100 or 95. I can't level 100 right now. I only have 2 Masterless Tuna. But we're not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna wait to do level 95 and 100 when I can do level 100. I'm just gonna. I don't need to do 95 and then 100. I'll just go straight to 100 when I can. I can wait. I'm fine with that. So, but anyways, let me mute myself while I finish my granola bar.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Okay. Just gotta drink water to get the crap out of my mouth. Wow. Thank you, Sylveon. Hey, there you go. Sylveon has immediately paid for turning off mid-roll ads. I'm pretty sure 10 pounds is more than I definitely almost, well, I don't know, it depends on how many pod views the video gets, right? But 10 pounds is probably more than I get from mid-roll ads. So yes, who needs ads anyways? Indeed, you should look at my new Aoife build for real, for real. All right, we can do that. But sure, Sylveon's trying to bribe me to distract me from Dehya, but fine, I appreciate that. All right, I'll do that while I clear out my throat a little bit. Oh wait, you're on. Oh, frick. You're an EU player. Well, oh, thank you. I was gonna say yes. You need your UID. So anyways, why is Chevreuse there? What do you mean, why is Chevreuse there? Do I really have, I mean, what that means is I really should have made the dire difficulty of Dehya video. Oh, I got enough Lunoculus to do a thing. I've been looking, by the way. Oh, you can't see it. I have 262 sigils. I've been liking, like, Nod Cry, even past my first impressions thing. It's given me, like, really, really, like Inazuma vibes, but, like, much more well-refined Inazuma. And, like, not 100%, but I'm really, really liking the exploration in this region. So, anyways. And, like, the quests are integrated into the exploration in a really well-done way, I'd say, overall. Anywho's, no distractions. Sorry, we got Sylveon paid for showing off her Aoife quick, so I'll allow this. I'll allow this. All right. Let's see, and then we gotta let people join the stream anyways, right? Before we get into the meat of things. Yeah, as far as Dia testing goes, we're gonna test a couple different. I'm gonna mention at least three specific teams that team archetypes. We're gonna. Okay, I'm immediately realizing this stream might become longer than I intend. As always, I tend to do more in-depth testing than I think most people ever consider necessary, but I personally do consider necessary. I ultimately am not gonna have. I don't personally have to do. Where is your Eva? There she is. Did I just say she? There he is. I don't personally feel that much of a need to test like DSC3, but I need to like go and I need to like have the baseline comparison for what my Dia is like right now, and compare Dia, you know, to compare DSC3 to Dia, not C3 to DSC6. He's on Obsidian. Yep, that makes sense. So 83 crit rate, 250 crit damage. I feel like that is. I was gonna say maybe they were lacking in attack percent, but how is he only at 1800 attack at a baseline with a 674 base? You have R5 Toll. What is wrong with you? I didn't even notice the R5. Oh, Sylveon, you have a problem. I mean, to be clear, I understand. I understand in this case, and the reason being is because his damage literally just like is multiplied by his attack speed. So going from R1 to R5 Teletale, I believe is ignoring the other parts of the bonus, right? Ignoring the increase from like the base stats and the normal attack damage bonus. Just the attack speed increase, I believe, is a 10% damage upgrade. And hey, as someone who was like, wait a minute, the only time I can actually for realsies get Beacon of the Reed Sea from Idea, if I wanted to get refinements of it, is now, or is on a Chronicle banner. So should I seriously consider that? And like, I'm not gonna lie, part of me wants to. Part of me wants to go F it. Let's just get R5 of Dia weapon, and I'll keep a separate R1 copy or something stupid so that I can have my relatable versus non-relatable Dia, like the spent money versus non-spent money Dia, because like getting R5 of a Beacon would require spending money. Like I'm not, well, okay, maybe not with how my luck has been lately, but anyways, this is a strong boy. That's all we need to know. Do you have a dead stat? You do. How dare you? You have 1, 2, 3. Well, you have one bad roll. You have one bad roll. I'm not gonna acknowledge EM as a bad roll, even though it kind of technically is a bad roll. But it's not, because it can do something. I don't know. And like this is not a bad roll. So yeah, you have one bad upgrade roll on this build. That's so funny. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, you know what? If you're gonna pay to flex a character on me, you damn well better make sure it's this good of a build. Like, this is a heck of a flex. I respect this. I respect the hell out of this. This is better than my Dia build. Anyways, my Dia build is kind of hallmark, by the way. Let's start with that, actually. So, like, C4 in particular is going to change, like, her build requirements in different teams, potentially, to a meaningful degree. And C6 can as well by giving crit value. But the long and short is that different teams, C6 or non-C6, require different stat needs relative to ER, and different teams potentially want different EM main stat versus like not EM main stat. For anyone not aware, post C1, this is just mini Dia guide, but post C1, she's essentially equivalently HP scaling and attack scaling. So like attack versus HP type piece don't make a massive difference between each other. The exact team you're using, one or the other, might be slightly better, but ultimately it's probably more likely it's going to be down to overall substats between the two, rather than like if one or the other has a better main stat. And there's some specific teams, including probably my current favorite Dia team, but it's mostly just because recency bias. Maybe we'll see how long I continue to enjoy playing it, but I really do enjoy it right now. wants an EM timepiece, and yeah, so I don't have like perfect artifacts. Don't get me wrong, and like this is the kind of artifact because of like low crit damage rolls and a low crit rate roll. It makes me feel like it's worse than it is, but it's actually pretty good. So, um, like it's really like this went fine when I crafted it before. It was just a little sad that it had low rolls, and I would love if it had HP or attack percent, and the ER roll might not actually be useful. When I activate the cons, particularly in the team that the team that I use this EM timepiece on is Dehya Overvape. That's why Shivers is in the team. And this team is one where Dehya's ER needs before C4, before the energy refunding constellation, is 130 if you like funnel energy properly to her. The C4 will still be noticeable, I think, with the exact build I have with about 130 energy recharge. But it'll be like more noticeable in Stygian Onslaught, or it can be a situation of like, okay, hey, 17% of my ER is from this piece, so I could switch to like this piece instead, which I went and checked, and this piece is slightly better damage-wise than this piece for Dehya Overvape. Now, I would love to have, as far as getting improvements for Dehya goes, I have actually been putting a few things into Strongbox. I don't really have any, like I starred this as a potential reroll, but honestly, I don't think I want to reroll this because of the fact that like the perfect crit damage circle for me to reroll would be like crit rate, attack percent, HP percent, and maybe EM, but I'd take flat HP, EM, whatever, as the last stat. Like I would love to get a variation of this, but just with like HP percent at minimum, right? So it feels a little bit weird to reroll this when it's already pretty decent, and I'd rather reroll something better. So I don't know. I don't actually have any Dehya artifact that I'd like to reroll. This is a 4-liner that can't really roll much better. This looks better than it is because this is actually like 4 minimum rolls into crit damage. So this basically just is a 3-line artifact that turned into a 2-line artifact. But it looks really nice because of how it looks like. This looks like 3 maximum crit damage rolls, but it's actually 4 very low crit damage rolls. so I could get a better feather is my point, and like because both these are pretty good. This could technically be better. Should I check it? It's a Dehya stream. Starting with mineral crit rate is not where it's at. I was just like, okay, I guess on raw crit value, the fact that this is a 4-liner could beat it out, right? Okay, fine. Okay. I don't have enough XP. Oh, frick. Okay. Man, it's really trying to... It's trying to make me be like, oh, crit, but it's also poopy poo rolls on crit rate. But honestly, it's not that big a deal, because like C6 gives 10% crit rate. Okay, frick. I think it just died. I just died in your arms. That's not how that rhythm goes. I just unlocked her current piece. I gotta double check. Is this relevant? No, I think the low rolls killed it. Yeah, no, the low rolls kind of killed it, right? Because it has 0.8% more crit damage, or sorry, it has 0.8% more crit rate despite having an extra roll of crit rate. And even if it high rolls into crit damage, it's the same crit damage as my current piece. And therefore, then the only actual advantage it has, basically, other than a tiny... It essentially, at best, this can be equivalent crit value, but it doesn't have an ER roll and has 1 more flat HP roll. So it's irrelevant. Sad. Adidas, subscribe with tier 1. Thank you. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else. Alright, so... That was a little bit of a distraction. Anyways, my idea, like that's like this is like a hallmark of like how I tend to build characters in general, is like I tend to like having a lot of I don't tend to super min max that many characters, and like I actually use my rerollers. So I did a bunch of exploration not cry and got 2 rerollers. It took me forever, by the way, to get Lempo Isles freaking thing. Because I wasn't using the interactive map. It took like, good God, I ended up what was the last chest they gave me? It was some annoying arse chest that was, I don't know. Anyways, took me way too long, I think, to get the 3 seals for this island. I haven't touched over here. And then here didn't take long at all, because I went over here and there's like a quest line here that gives you like, I'm not kidding, like 5 chests, 5 precious and then a luxurious chest. And I already had 1 seal when I first like started, and then the other 2 seals I got from just doing that quest. So, anyways, my encounter points, what I have to do. Oh no, my encounter points are fine on this account. Yeah. Let's see what I'm at. Wow, 124. Crazy. Anyways, I used my rerollers, and I was like, okay. I wasn't gonna do, as I mentioned before, I didn't want to reroll this. I marked it, but like I don't actually want to reroll it. Oh, I got this from the. This was sad. This was a max crit damage roll start, by the way, with high attack percent, and immediately it was like, okay, it more than the roll. I'm gonna keep it, I think, because it's like reroll target in the future, and the fact that this DPS set, if you have 2 non-cry units on the team, any on-fielder can use this set, right? Because it's just when nearby party members trigger lunar reactions if the equipping character is on the field. So as long as you have 2 non-cry units and you have lunar reactions, so that means right now that means you have to have a 5-star non-cry unit. They might introduce a 4-star non-cry unit that enables the reactions, but like I know plus another 4. If they release a non-cry 4-star that like increases your moon sign level but does not enable lunar reactions, you won't be able to do like I know plus that 4-star and be able to use a set. It has to be like the reactions have to happen. So convoluted ass trigger condition, but like right now it means like for me, I know plus Lama or I know plus the Enefa technically enables this set. And like if this rolled well enough, it's definitely like worth considering, right? Like but it rolled poopy poo. And anyway, so that's a potential reroll target, I guess. But like, I have my tenacity pieces because it's like, okay, yeah, it'd be cool to like min-max tenacity, but like honestly, it doesn't feel that good to reroll tenacity pieces, right? So I rerolled this anyways, and the reason I rerolled this, and in case you'd noticed, I rerolled it twice, and I did not keep it. I did not keep either of the rerolls because, which is not that surprising. Like this is already really good, right? What pissed me off about this is this started with max crit damage roll and high crit rate roll, right? So this was like 2 low rolls into crit damage and 2 minimum rolls into crit rate and a low roll into attack percent. Like this piece annoyed me to hell because of the low roll values. Like I was so annoyed that it rolled really well, but then like just looks ugly. And I want it like out of my sight, out of mind. So I want to re-roll it to get it to look nicer. And I know that's stupid. I also would personally actually really prefer if I had a really, really heavy crit rate piece. Like if it rolled 20% crit rate, that'd be the dream. Because then I can just default have a crit damage circlet on Skirk and don't have the annoying situation where like one team wants a crit damage circlet, one team wants a crit rate circlet. So anyways, the rerollers have felt shite to use overall on my account most times. The only other compelling use case is like these electric goblets, but these electric goblets are all like really good in different ways. And like Fischl isn't so important that I need to like level up this, and like I don't know. So I don't know. It's just I'm just in a weird spot where like rerollers have instances of like artifacts that be valuable to reroll, but I kind of would have just preferred if we got elixirs is my vibe. Why? Because, and this is the reason I mentioned it, because I would be down with crafting more pieces per Dehya at this point. So I don't know. Even though I think elixirs are unlikely to give me value, I kind of would just prefer the elixirs. And I feel like they changed to feathers in the reward rooms because of the fact that elixirs are better for the average player. But anyways, what is hybrid riding? What do you mean? Why are we asking about hybrid riding? So is this like a hybrid riding set? What? This artifact set? No. This is a Dehya set. Don't use this 4-piece bonus on anyone other than Dehya. If you're talking about the other artifact set, the new artifact set, you can use it on dang well anyone you please. Anyways, we're gonna go here quick, and then we'll get to testing. We're gonna go over the teams that I want to use. One of them is this one. So I have in mind 3, but technically 4 teams. One of them is the same team, which is this one, but I want to test both with Furina and without Furina. So, yeah. The support set is worth on a Nefa under Nascent. Yes, but no. Like, if we take this team context, for example, with Gilded Dreams on her versus the new 4-piece set of like equivalent substat quality, right? If I got an equivalent build on the new set, I did get this, by the way, which is it started with double min roll on crit damage, but like it has no bad roll, so it's like not a bad artifact, but also not one you're like super happy about, right? Anyways, that's a potential piece for her that I can use in the future. ER needs on other pieces being fulfilled as an onset goblet, right? So, you know, it's useful to get. Also technically got this, which is not that exciting, but anyways, point being, like, fulfilling her ER needs easier with the 2-piece bonus, and then the 4-piece bonus giving EM. Like, this gives less damage stats for Anefa, but then a little bit more damage stats for the rest of the team in general. In this team, though, the only units that actually utilize the EM are Dehya and Anefa. So, like, it's just a worse... It's a meaningfully worse build for Anefa's damage. But it might not be meaningfully worse in a way that actually matters that much, because a notable thing that you can do that I think is really relevant is if Aino is on the team, I would much prefer, I think it would almost assuredly would be better to have Anefa on the new support set. I know you said with 1 Nogcry unit, but Aino's a free character, so I think it's important to mention. And then Aino can be on instructors. And Aino on instructors, she's like a perfect instructors unit. And that functionally turns Aino into, if you're able to do, you know, the support set on someone else and then Aino on instructors, then you're in a situation where Aino turns into, like, functionally, before C1, like this is C0, a 240 team-wide EM buffer. And that amount of, like, team-wide EM, I think, is much better than caring about the 4-piece bonus here, right? So what I am going to be showing with the Anefa Aino combo here is not like the damage maximized version of the Anefa Aino combo in my mind. But it's also not bad, to be clear. Like, this is perfectly fine what I got going for now. But yeah, so with Anefa, though, without being paired with Aino, is it worthwhile? Like, the answer is no on a spreadsheet level, but I also think a lot of people are undervaluing the relevance of, like if we go into Anefa's, where is the, there it is. We go here. Oh, frick, it's finally there. Is my rhetoric working? ER, if I recall, ER didn't even show up here before. But, notably though, ER still does not show up as a substat. Which is insane. Like crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, EM are all relevant substats. But so is ER, and ER is more important than these if it gets you to the point of being able to burst consistently on Anefa. And to be clear, like, Anefa in a lot of team contexts can have really low ER needs because of Catane. But, like, the fact that ER doesn't show up as a priority substat anywhere, and it only shows up at a 1.7% rate as a main stat, is insane. So, point being, like, I don't know, like, it's not better, but then there's also context like I played Anefa, solo Anefa, no other Nogcries. So just Anefa, Sethos, like Singcho, Nahida I played before. And if I continue playing that team, I've tested that a little bit with Aino, by the way. I think Aino is obviously worse in a Hyper Bloom team context than Singcho as far as Bloom generation goes. But the team is doing damage through not just Bloom generation, and like it was very workable, but I don't think it was better than with Singcho. But I'm gonna have to test that more in the future. That's not what today is about. My point is, in that team context, sacrificing a little bit of Inefa damage for more EM on Sethos might be better, right? Or might be like near equivalent is my thinking. And like, but like Tenacity Inefa can technically be better in some contexts. Like I believe in Flynn's team context, it's best to do Tenacity Inefa, and then what is it like? So I think it's Sucrose on VV, Tenacity Inefa, and then you use this set on Ino. But the alternative that because he's going to scale more on like getting attack percent buffs than he is going to be just full on into EM. Whereas like Nefer is someone where you don't want it. You'd want to do her probably. You could do her on the support set, and then her on instructors, right? So, anyways, yada yada. Do my farming real quick. Ungrouping them successfully. That's the plan. You know what? I'm gonna do a poll. Here, I'm gonna do a poll. Your volume in game. The game is louder than the music is louder than it used to be. I don't know what to tell you. Like, like, bro, I can do this, and bam, game volume solved. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not gonna be possible. I don't think it's gonna be possible for me to live mix the audio properly. Like, I can lower the music volume again for the 8 billionth time. But like, the music is different volumes at different parts of the game, so I don't know. If I lower it now, people are gonna be like, it's super low in Abyss, I can't even hear anything. So I don't know, I'll go lower the music volume. But no, it was loud because I could tell it was loud because the music was loud. Like, it was loud because the music was loud. Not, it was loud because my settings were too loud. In my mind, there. It's like if the game was loud, it's because it was supposed to be loud. Anyways, I hope I selected the right things. Yep, I did good. Okay. Dia's theme song in the rhythm game? I haven't touched it. I'm not a rhythm game player. Sorry. I'm shite at them, and like, I don't hate it, but it's not something I like recreationally enjoy doing. So anyways, I will lower the music volume, I guess. But yeah, I have noticed some of the combat music in Not Cry be a little bit louder than other areas. But anyways, everywhere it was playing Nod Cry music, battle music, Nod Cry, Leeway, Nod Cry. I was able to throw a metro. Really, that's a hilarious bug. Nod Cry music being played everywhere. Oh, you can get the freaking lyre now. Oh shit. Okay. Well, I ain't doing that right now, but I do want to actually. Okay, that's good. Anyways, let's go over the teams. Actually, you know, I should record this. Okay, so the teams, well, one of them is this one. One of the main archetypes is this one. This team is the Overvape, and yes, Chevreuse C6 at least is better than Bennett here. A really big part of that is Chevreuse is giving energy to Dia, but also like team-wide attack buff, you know, Inefa and Dia buff is just pretty good. Now, because of the energy situation with C6 in particular, I think it's possible Bennett starts to become better, right? Because Dia is doing way more damage, so like removing a buff from Inefa and translating that to more of a buff for Dia theoretically could be better if we don't need the extra energy. But we'll see how it goes a little bit. I'm not sure. So at C6, I'm very familiar with how this performs at C3 now. I did a bunch of testing with Ino with this team last night. And I have played this team a lot with Furina. So I'm going to show both the Furina and Ino variant of this team. And then another main team. So these are the two main Dia teams I play nowadays in general. This is a Dia Yai team, and normally I've used a ER timepiece, this ER timepiece in this team. So I'm gonna show that because it's the more comfortable one. I can like work with funneling energy a little bit to get away with less ER. But her ER needs are high enough that to be comfortable, I definitely prefer the ER timepiece. And this is a pretty good ER timepiece with, you know, no bad rolls and whatever low roll values with the crit damage, so it looks ugly, but it's actually not that bad. So we'll do that, right? So we're gonna have to change our build slightly between things, but it's mostly just timepiece changes. And then I wanted to show like a worse context that also I think we're gonna activate C2 Siloli today. We're gonna see Dehya is enough to convince me to activate it. What does C6 Dehya do? Oh, sure. Let's go over that quick. It's just an exploration team. Actually, you know what? We can turn this into the Siloli team. Actually, another thing about it, we should test Shilonen.
Is it time to go?
Shilonen's gonna be a weird one to test, I think. Because Red Shot good. So this is gonna be high investment bullshittery, right? With Siloli in general is my thinking. But here, so I want to talk about Melt Dehya for a second. Melt Dehya is bad.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
I kind of strongly feel that at least without Siloli C1 at minimum, I don't think I recommend Melt Dehya. It's kind of ass. I'll get into why, and I don't think C6 changes that at all. C4 I think does a little bit, and that it might be a little more worth. Because one of the reasons it's ass is Dehya's ER needs. And C4 can help that, but her ER needs are still high with C4. In a Melt team context, you might be, why double cryo? You kind of have to do double cryo to get semi-okay consistency from getting melts on Dehya, and even then she oftentimes ends up overtaking. I'll explain when I actually use the team why when like some of the problems happen. I'll explain why the problems happen there. But anyway, Shilonen is interesting because I have C2 Shilonen, so like combination of, well, scroll buff shouldn't be relevant, but it's a combination of some artifact buff plus C2 Shilonen giving 40% attack and res shred might actually make her beat out like because of the fact that Dehya, remember, is dual scaling. So Dehya does dual scaling HP and attack scaling damage, and C1 increases the scaling of her HP component. That means the relative value, she kind of has her damage and scales equivalently on HP and attack. And like, hey, oh, that's why her weapon gives a bunch of HP and a bunch of attack, and then, you know, crit value. So like she scales with Bennett buff and whatever, but there's not really many options for HP buffers in the game, so that one means, you know, you kind of would normally pair her with attack buffers anyways, but she gains less value from attack buffers than she would if she had fully attack scaling right damage. But the upside of that, which just seems like, oh, it's a downside, right? In my mind, no, it's an upside in that it gives her, it means that the loss that you have when you don't play with someone like Bennett, so for example, like, you know, using Chevrolet, so using a lower amount of total attack buffs and more spec, particularly the Furina variant of this team, specking more into damage bonus buffs and other ways of amplifying your damage, so that'd be damage bonus, red shred, and then EM in the case of when she's triggering reactions, is, I would say, generally speaking, more valuable to spec into than going all into attack from like the typical way you would balance a team for an on-fielder. So like attack buffs are still valuable, but all of her damage can scale better with other forms of buffs. And oftentimes it can be hard to play Dehya in teams, I would say, that actually have red shred. Now, being that once I activate C2's Lolly, this would be like 80% red shred. It seems it's probably too much red shred. I don't know. My point is, I think with high investment bullshittery going on, like the bare minimum being like probably C1, C Lolly, or some conjunction of like, you know, Shilonen's signature weapon, C Lolly's signature weapon. I don't freaking know. Melt Dehya can work, but like her build needs are kind of still awful around it. Blah 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 blah. It's better to wait for Stygian to do a run without C2's and Lolly first. You're not wrong, but like, I don't know, Elithus, if I wait to activate C2's and Lolly, then I don't know, we'll see. Like, C2's and Lolly is gonna be like the last thing we're doing today, to be clear. So if this takes me 6 hours, then yes, maybe we'll wait to activate C2's and Lolly. But like, if I keep on being like, I'm gonna wait till the next thing, I'm gonna wait till the next Stygian to activate C2's and Lolly. Oh wait, guess what? After the next Stygian comes out, the next Abyss is out. Actually, wait, is the next Stygian out before the next Abyss, or is the next Abyss out before Stygian? I don't know. You get the point, right? be like, oh, maybe I wait until this, maybe I wait until this. And I'm just like, I have had enough experience with myself with C1 Seat Lolly that I can activate C1, C2 Seat Lolly and know what it performs like. I'm not going to be able to show you the full breadth of comparison. I'm not planning to do a C2 Seat Lolly stream because she's not even on banner anymore. And on top of that, I think it's well known that C2 Seat Lolly is just really strong. And it's going to be a Constellation. There's definitely no going back from. Like it can be really annoying too, but I can kind of turn off C1 because C1 is just giving the flat buff based on EM, so you can kind of just remove all of Seat Lolly's EM and turn it off. You can't really turn off C2. So like I don't know. I might regret activating it maybe, but at the same time, I don't know. Like I want to activate it. Like I don't mind having high investment BS available on my account, and I got it for free. So like I don't know. I didn't wail for it. It just happened. So yeah, I don't want to keep on putting it off. I can see relevancy of testing that today for testing the full breadth of things. So the lowest investment team, which is probably the lowest investment team I'd recommend with Dehya, that we're gonna try is Dehya Overvape here. So, and by the way, if you're using Ino, C6 Chevrolet shouldn't be anywhere near as important. Like not irrelevant because damage bonus good. Again, I just yapped about how she scales like meaningfully better with damage bonus potentially than attack. But you don't get the red shred, right? Because it's not a full overload team. But you do get the attack bonus, and then you get the damage bonus from C6. The other reason you normally would want Chevrolet C6 for this team is because you would play with Furina instead of Ino. But Furina, you need healing, right? So C6 Chevrolet gives you more healing, including a team-wide heal. It's a little bit delayed, but you can time it well to get good fanfare generation. I don't have it linked, I don't think, in the description, but I think I had it linked in. If you go back to my Dehya live stream for the Dire Clear, we're trying to do a Dire Clear with the Dehya live stream, which I did successfully do in the previous Stygian with my C3 Dehya. I talked about the Overvape Dehya with Furina pretty in depth. Yeah, Chevrolet being a healer for Furina is pretty important. So point being, with the lower investment version of this team, doesn't need Chevrolet C6 as badly, but still gains value from it, right? Is the long and short. So, yep, we'll be playing this team. And yeah, that's I think the main things I want to try. Again, I don't really like Dehya Melt that much, but there's, again, it was pre C4. I might actually enjoy Dehya Melt with the investment I have in my account. I don't think it's going to be something I'm always going to default to, and my investment on this team, even if we're not using Shalon, if we use Bennett or whatever instead, is going to be very unrelatable, and that's fine. So yeah, we're going to try. This team is the lowest investment. We're going to have C2 Furina here. C2 Furina is definitely nice, a meaningful improvement to the team. Definitely not necessary. C0 Furina should be better than C0 Ino here. I can't test C0 Furina, but C0 Furina should be better than Ino here. Although what I mentioned with the poll earlier is here. Let me try to do this poll. Wait, how do I do? Sylveon, can you do a poll for me in Twitch? I still don't know how to do polls in Twitch for some reason. Like the command still didn't work. Oh, it does work now. Never mind. I lied. /poll. So, how much worse is Ino than Furina C2? I'm gonna do this in seconds. For clear time. It's gonna be different for different chambers. So just the percentage is better, right? I already know what the percentage is based on my testing last night. I will give you the hint that it's better than I expected. So 5 seconds, 10 seconds. I'll just do it in intervals of. Well, no, we gotta do different intervals because. Wait, how much? Wait, I gotta check YouTube. I think YouTube might only let me go up to 4 options for the poll. Ah, frick. Yeah, I can only do 4 options on YouTube. Okay. How much worse is Ino than C2 Furina? And this is this specific team. This is not a generic. Don't like this. This is this specific team context. Do. We'll just do it like that. We'll do. I'll do by percentage. I'll do by percentage. There you go. Oh, Twitch has a setting for like the poll to just time out automatically after a few minutes. I'll let it go over 10 minutes though. All right. There you go. Start poll in both chats. We'll see what it ends up as. Close the poll there. Let it pop up there. Okay. Sorry for being distracted. So yeah, I think that's a fun thing to compare to, is using Dehya as a comparison point for. But this will probably be in a video either tomorrow or Sunday, as well. Doing the footage where I did some of this testing. And it's also worth noting that in my testing so far for like the answer to this poll for how much worse is Ino than a Furina C2, I would very notice it in Stygian. I will tell you, I would very much notice it in Stygian. In Abyss, like I actually love that Ino exists for Dehya Overvape because it frees up Furina for the other side of Abyss. So that means I can play like Lanyan on the other side. Oh, I forgot to record that, and I forgot to mention that in the freaking video. Whatever, I have to, whatever. Video's not done yet. I know is actually a good character. That's all I'm saying, basically. Is my hint to you, and you might be surprised for how competent the clears are with Ino, and that's without the idealized version of the team where a Nepo would have like an equivalent-ish build of this. Instead of Gilded Dreams on the new support set instead, and then Ino would be on instructors. That'd be more total buffing potential. So she's not even quite like bridged the gap properly, and I also haven't got into doing weird crap like trying to abuse Makaira Aquamarine, which is not that significant, but it's 100 attack for team wide. Like, this can do 100 team wide attack. If I don't need the energy for it, which I probably won't with C4 Dehya onwards, it's just a matter of optimizing energy on whatever. But like, can definitely get up to 1,000 EM with an instructor's build with Makaira Aquamarine, and 100 attack for Dehya and 100 attack for a Nefa might be better than Fab if I can make the energy situation work on a Nefa in particular. So, anyways, and with Dehya post C4 should be very doable because this team has pretty low ER needs for Dehya. And this is the low investment team for Dehya I would probably recommend, right? But yeah, this team is going to be a little bit higher investment because I have Yai C2. Other than that, it's both the 4 stars are C6, which definitely doesn't do nothing, but it also like C6 Eon's is not permanently kept up by this team, but her buff is kept up pretty well. Her buff in general. So, and I like this team a lot for the dynamic of like this team is an example of, I think the gameplay dynamic works really well here for how long Dehya's burst lasts pre C6, and Dehya's burst post C6 lasts longer. I should probably have a yap about what Dehya's constellations do really quick, but yeah. And then the melt team context is the awkward team context where Dehya has super high ER needs, but might be good as a testing point for letting us see the value of C4, and then also C6 further increases the energy gained from C4. So this should like scale. Theoretically, this one would scale up the most with C6. Theoretically. But we shall see. And ultimately, like, C6 Dehya is not taking her to a level that is like, OMG, she is so OP that she is hyper carry. Like, it's not gonna be that, but I don't know. I will probably do more comparisons to Arlecchino directly in the future, but I'm not gonna get focused on Arlecchino. I'm just gonna compare Dehya to herself. But I do think it is interesting to potentially compare like a high investment C6 Dehya that I just acquired by getting her copies over time and then choosing to pull a couple copies on banner, right? And compare that to how Arlecchino works on a total damage potential level. Like, Arlecchino is better. Don't get me wrong, but there are some things that Dehya has as strengths over Arlecchino. So, anyways, that's enough yap about that. I'm gonna minimize the chat real quick. Actually, I'm probably going to minimize the chat in general for most of this stream now that I think about it. Why? Because I think this might go into a recorded video. But real quick yap about Dia's constellations. So C1, yeah, I just wanted the chat out of the way so this would show up. C1 I mentioned before increases her damage, or this increases her HP scaling damage. So before C1, her attack scaling damage is essentially equivalent to her HP scaling damage. I honestly wouldn't really recommend trying to even care about DPS Dia before having C1 personally. C2 is really nice for like completing her supportive utility, but it's also nice for DPSing her. This makes it so her skill, her off-field skill, lasts like her full duration essentially, and making her skill last much longer. Yes, it doesn't change. It does not change the interruption resistance thing lasting 9 seconds. That's fine, in my opinion, because the whole dynamic when you're DPSing Dia in particular is you're bursting on her for a time, right? And then her field comes back. And C2 makes it so her field essentially is always up, and that means she's always doing her damage tanking aspect for her skill, right? Where her skill absorbs a percentage of the damage your on-fielder takes, and then makes Dia slowly tick down and take that over time. And then Dia, has the ability to heal back some HP when she falls below 40%. Like a well-invested Dia, especially with her signature weapon giving her some like bonus HP and whatever, but a well-invested Dia level 90, is a very, very tanky character, and like her intended role as a unit that keeps your team alive is very real. Like I have been able in the past with my C3 Dia, and I don't, well, actually even before C3 Dia I think, but in the past I've done like comparisons of how much easier it was to clear certain Abyss cycles. I think the most recent example was when the dancers were in Abyss, like the Animo dancers, and I used like an Arlecchino team, like an Overload Arlecchino team versus my Dia Yai Overload team. And the Dia Yai Overload team cleared far more consistently with like, it was just a better experience, I would say. Like to a level that for that Abyss, I would recommend, Dia Yai Eons on Chevreuse, even at lower investment levels, potentially over an Arlecchino team, because it's so much easier to survive. Like most people would prefer that play style. So anyways, C2 kind of completes this, is my point. This like tankiness aspect, where before C2 you have to work around the downtime a little bit of it, but with C2 you don't really have to work around the downtime of the tank ability. And the interruption resistance for 9 seconds is just a really nice upside. And then C3 is burst scaling, so decent upgrade for DPSing her. This is energy, so this being that one of the really big problems with Dia is her energy generation is not great, and her energy cost is quite high. So especially in context where you dare consider playing her solo pyro, or even with Bennett, like Bennett is I realized after realizing how good of a energy funneler, like energy battery Chevreuse is with Fab especially. Chevreuse wholly in go swap to Dia, funnel those particles to Dia is a really significant change for how you can like build stats on Dia. And anyways, it's because like she doesn't generate she stows away her skill hitting overtime on coordinated attacks on enemies is what generates energy. And notably, this does not generate any energy on enemies that have shields, because coordinated attacks don't work on shields. It's the same shite as Raiden's E. And then it just doesn't generate that many particles in general over time. But when you're bursting on Dia, her skill goes away. Her skill goes away. And so, yeah. Anyways, actually, now I think about that, I forgot. So the fact that her burst lasts longer with C6 means you're potentially losing an instance of an energy particle generating from her skill having less uptime, because by having more burst uptime, you have less skill uptime. So that means potentially less energy. So that means actually the energy gain you get from C4 being triggered again. Like C4, you probably get more energy from C6 than you lose from the energy particle or anything. But anyways, that probably means the compounding value of C4 on top of C6 doesn't matter that much, but yada yada. C4 is a pretty big deal for some team context, but like honestly for this C4 is kind of just I think, an okay constellation from the context of the Overvape team with Chevrolet. Like, if you lower Dia's energy needs to 130, that's like no longer in the realm of problematic. That's like normal burst reliant energy needs that isn't a pain in the ass to build, that you just have some substats in, right? Not like necessarily easy to get the ideal build for per se, but not fundamentally different than a lot of other characters. This is skill talent level. It's kind of whatever. It's fine. Just minor damage increase. And then C6 is it gives crit value, but it gives so it gives crit rate guaranteed, and this is only the burst. And then it gives up to 60% crit damage for her burst as well. But it takes crit hits landing during her burst to be able to get the buff up. So if you have a lower crit rate build, you have less of a chance that you actually stack this faster. In my case, I'm going to be using usually like 80% crit rate builds at a baseline. So with C6, that's going to be 90% crit rate for her burst. So it should be most of the time, I basically, as soon as I do 4 hits, I should stack this up to max pretty quickly. And then it extends her burst duration. So you can get a burst duration of 2 seconds, and at a baseline, her burst lasts, 4 seconds. So this is like a 50% upgrade as far as like her duration. I believe in practice her burst lasts longer than 4 seconds because of hit lag and whatever, if I recall. But yeah, so the duration extension on top of the crit value is kind of the big thing. And then on top of that, right, because her burst is lasting longer, C4 gives her energy based on her fist hitting enemies during her burst, and it restores energy and her HP. Which actually the HP restoral, I didn't even think about this, for Furina's energy might actually help meaningfully, particularly with a non C2 Furina. Restore, because she's normally not going to be at max HP, right? So this should just be extra fanfare potentially while she's on field. Anyways, you theoretically get more energy from this. I don't know exactly how much more energy C6 functionally gives you, but there is nuance of things like I mentioned with the Dehya. So with this Dehya Yai team, it might be. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, right? Because this team without C6, like without her burst lasting longer, has a really nice balance. And like once Dehya burst is done, it like flows in a way that like the field time of like Yai to keep up her skill, like I can keep a Yai's skill with 100% uptime. Like if Yai's skill goes down, it's because I made a mistake, right? And like it just flows well. There's like minor downtime that like Dehya C6 can take advantage of. But I think Dehya C6 might make her burst last longer enough that Yai, the team's rotations might feel more clunky, funnily enough, with C6. But it's also worth noting that if that is really problematic, you can manually end Dehya's burst. Like people make fun of you press jump and then Dehya's burst ends, and then Hoya. But like when people complain about it, Hoyoverse was like, "Yes, it's an intentional feature. Shut up." It is an intentional feature. It is actually useful. If you play Dehya a lot, you find cases where you do want to end her burst. Honestly, most often it's just an overworld. Like you use her burst in overworld, you kill the enemies, you don't need to get stuck in the stupid animation for 4 more seconds, right? You just jump and you end it. But in an optimization context in this team, where sometimes it might be better just to end her burst early, to switch to Yai, to be able to like do a burst on Yai while I still have Eon Sun buff up, maybe that will make sense, but I don't know. I'm just saying that I think it's going to change the rotation dynamic, but because of the fact that this team is not, it doesn't have to do a hyper-specific rotation in the first place, as long as Dehya's duration extension doesn't cause significant downtime with Yai's skill, it should be fine. It shouldn't mind. So, anyways. That's my yap about the teams. Can you give me context for the poll? The context for the poll was the Dehya Overvape team. Sorry. Is this team, how does Aino compare to C2 Furina? And we're going to start with this team. What is the poll at, by the way? Okay, the Twitch poll ended. Did anyone see what the Twitch poll said? I can't see the how do I see the Twitch poll? Because the Twitch poll ended automatically while I was yapping. Anyways, the YouTube poll says Aino is 17% of people voted she's 5% worse, 27 10%, 21% voted 20%, and 35% of people voted 30%. I imagine it was probably pretty similar on the Twitch end. So Anyways, I will give you the answer now because I'm not going to necessarily properly be able to demonstrate this, but I should be able to demonstrate it, but it might not become obvious because of just run-to-run variance as much. Furina C2 is better. In my estimate so far, and again, this is without the idealized version of this team with, you know, a Nefa on the new set and whatever, because I don't have good artifacts on it yet. She's about 20% worse at C0. And I think C2 might because there's a couple instances where I think, I'm not actually sure. I'd have to like go watch the footage and map out when the timings of vaporizes and whatever happened. I think I know C2 might enable Dehya to get 1 or 2 extra vapes. And part of the problem is like Furina's variable Hydra application. Furina is very good here, and Furina giving damage bonus really helps mitigate like because her damage bonus like uplifts Furina's non-vaporized damage, whereas Ino is only buffing the vaporized damage, right? That's the big nuance to Ino versus Furina here for Dehya. Damage bonus is really good for Dehya. Like 20% is big. 20% is a big difference. But it's also compared to a C2 a C2 5-star. With a combination of builds that is also not favorable to the comparison to Ino, and also Ino C1 should help, and Ino C2 I think should help as well. But yeah, Furina's Hydra application is like variable and annoying as shit. And that there's annoying inconsistencies with Furina in this team. She is actually the main problem with this team and how it plays, and particularly like, you know, it's part of what makes you want Chevrolet C6, and I think it probably, anyways, you're gonna see those team performance with Ino C3 or sorry, Ino C0 with C3 Dehya here. I'll start with this team with Dehya, I think, but I think you're gonna be surprised, I think. So yeah. And by the way, the testing I did was with a level 40 Ino. Theoretically, Ino's level does matter in this team. Just like Furina's damage, Furina's EM kind of matters in the same way, but not really. Theoretically, Ino's damage matters because of how the lunar charge reaction damage calculation uses both contributing members, so it uses both the Hydro and the Electro unit stats to calculate the lunar charge reaction damage. But the lunar charge actual reaction damage is much lower damage contribution relative to all the other forms of damage happening on the team. And notably, when it says lunar charge on screen with the biggest number, that's NF's talent proccing, and this does not use Ino's stats. So like, Ino's level from a min-max perspective does matter, but like in a way that's like, it probably gets me, it saves me like an extra couple seconds of clear times if like Ino is level 90 with a full EM build kind of thing, with some crit substats or whatever, even maybe on top. So but yeah, let's get to it. We'll probably do, for the testing, we'll probably do, I'm trying to think of the sides. Yeah, I think so. You can use this team on the first side. I did that in like the Abyss account swapping challenge, but we'll use it on the second side because it'll be interesting to see different contexts. There is, you know, pyro resistant enemies, but there's also non-pyro resistant enemies. I think it'll be interesting to show different contexts for the different teams. So we'll use this team on the first or on the second side. We'll use this team on that side, and the Furina variant on, of course, in the first half. And then the Melt team we'll use on the second side too, I suppose. So that's the plan. Should we start with Furina? I'll do the first answer. Do you want to see Furina first, or do you want to see? Actually, no. I'm gonna take the choice away from you. I'm gonna start with Furina. I think it's important to start with the strong one. Aqua says I know. Well, You know what? Fine. Actually, fine. We'll start with Ino. Okay. She's on an EM timepiece, right? So my intention is just to do one run through Abyss here, by the way, for this. I don't want to get, yeah, she's on EM. Okay. I don't want to get super lost. I did test, by the way, yesterday. I tested HP timepiece and attack timepiece with Ino instead of EM, because I thought like EM buff from Nefa, EM buff from Ino. Maybe that was enough EM buffing that didn't make sense to do. but in practice it seemed to be. I noticed a better damage performance by having EM timepiece still in Dehya in this team. So, anywho's, I think I'm only gonna do one run through with each of these teams because, you know, I want to compare whatever. When we activate C4, I don't think we need to do full Abyss runs necessarily, but we're gonna start here with scale damages, kind of whatever. We're gonna start here with doing full Abyss runs with C3 because this is like the baseline control test. I'm already very familiar with how she performs in this, but I think it's important to establish that comparison for this video. So yeah. Furina rerun is right in the corner, guys. Go pull her C2 and enrage those who despise her overpriced value in this context. Yeah. Furina C2 is really good in this team. Like, don't get me wrong. It's one of the team contexts where I think almost gains some of the most value from Furina C2. But at the same time, you'll see, like, for how most people like I'm pretty sure I could have used the Ino version of this team against the Cactus at Fearless difficulty and cleared just as easily as I can clear with Furina at Fearless. When it comes to like Cactus at Dire difficulty, yeah, Furina C2 is pretty important. But like, if the difference between Furina C2 and Ino is just Dire difficulty, like, okay. Is Beacon of the Reed Sea worth it? Yes. Oh, that's one thing I didn't mention. So Beacon of the Reed Sea to get the HP buff wants Dehya to not have a shield. So you don't want to use an FE normally in this team, but I will if like I don't have energy at the start of like an Abyss Chamber or whatever, right? So here, not gonna do E because we don't want the shield. By the way, minor Ino gameplay nuance. Well, that was dumb, by the way. I should have tried to not have them separate. You can avoid these dudes getting separated. Sorry, I'm just yapping like random things. But let me outline specifically what I'm doing at Lino, just because I had to learn this and she might feel clunky to you like she did to me initially. I highly recommend you do Q before E on Ino. So notably, usually you want Fab, particularly with Fab on her. If you don't have Fab on her, then it's less important. But her burst does not do damage when you cast it. So when you cast her burst, it doesn't trigger Fab. And she has a fairly long skill animation that she kind of gets locked into. Like her own skill, if you do E, like she has to like finish landing before it lets you cast her Q. The full end lane doesn't have to finish, I don't think, but I have found if you try to do like E, Q, right, her E and Q animation, when you do E into Q, you can't really funnel particles from her, and again, her energy needs are super low, so like it's generally speaking going to be better to funnel particles from her, particularly Fab particles from her into someone else. So is annoying already running a fully leveled non-cry set? No, I know is not on a fully leveled non-cry set. She's on a partially leveled non-cry set with nothing other than like crit rate main stat to be able to have Fab and whatever. And she has an EM goblet offset, to be clear. And the crit rate circle isn't even fully leveled, I don't think. Anyways, if you Q and then E, I know, you can see I can switch to D. I can easily switch to Dehya and then catch the particles. And it just works a lot better. The only downside of doing that is losing some uptime on her burst, because her burst is, well, it definitely has 100% uptime. It's 100% uptime with like short rotations. So one of the weird nuances I've noticed here versus like Furina is I have to be smart with reusing Ino at different times so the rotation becomes a little bit more dynamic. But anyways, I'm gonna shut up and try to play well.
Dance with me.
That was not perfect, but it's fine. Obviously, this Abyss Chamber, this thing puts Dendra on itself, so we're not getting big res. This getting interrupted is fine. Yep. Alright, let's kill that. Yeah, just a little bit of variability in this chamber because of the AoE situation. That's fine. targets the other dude, prevents it from moving. Yes, good, okay. That's what we wanted. And at this point, I do not think it makes sense to use Dia Burst. It makes sense to save energy. There you go. That was not... Furina C2 cost you a marriage note? No, I spent no money for Furina C2. I just had a lot of savings. Like, I pulled for one... Between Baiju and Furina release, I pulled for Nuvilet, and I got Nuvilet on a guarantee. And then I won 250/50s for Furina. So, like, Furina C2 exhausted all the Primo Gems I had. And, like, Welkins helped a lot, don't get me wrong. But it certainly wasn't a marriage. Unless you're implying playing Genshin Impact costs you the ability to find marriage partners, which that might be true. Or I might be wrong, honestly. I don't know. I'm sure there's people that have gotten married because of Genshin. Anyways. So, yeah. Llama with the weird DPS of Navia? I haven't tried Llama with Navia, no. Okay. But yeah, look, I can play DPS Lanyan with Furina and a Dia Overvape team at the same time. Because it's oh yeah, just in case you're not aware, Dia during her burst does not... No, skill issue. Great, now I don't have energy. Dia does not trigger normal attack effects, so that's why like she doesn't work with Saint-Cho Yelan. And that's part of the reason, like, I've always, like, yeah, I wanted more options for Hydra application doesn't require normal attacks. So that I can play teams like this one, which wants Hydra application. How did I not get into this team that wants Hydra application with no normal attacks. I did not swirl Pyro. Oh boy. Oh my god, that was a horrifyingly bad sequence. Whatever. We can probably play regardless. That was terrible. I also don't have energy. Holy, I have been yapping and not playing this team correctly at all. My god. It might actually cause me to fail to clear it. Let's see. This is some of the worst gameplay I've done with DPS Lanyan of recent memory. Ow. Okay, that hit. Oh, I didn't have Bennett buff up. No, we're fine. It's not gonna be it's not a clean clear. This is the fine clear. Smash. Yeah, alright. Woo! Okay. Oh, I just realized that message that I read in YouTube chat was probably because the YouTube chat was not refreshing properly. Okay. Crit damage. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Well, the buff for the previous floor was garbage, so this one being useful is nice. Hey, that'll be when I activate C6 Dehya, I have like 100% crit rate. Nice. Where's 100% crit rate Dehya? It's there. It's in the buff. I don't... Ooh, actually, wait. I had when I did my testing yesterday, I'd gotten so used to like usually not having energy here that I was like, I don't have energy on enough, and I technically didn't, but I can just like do this. Yeah. Preparing for duck. All right. Oh, what? They freaking backed up? Why did they back up? Bruh. No. That's cruel and unusual punishment. Furina would have the same issue there functionally. My god. I'm jealous of your C1 Llama. I hate you. I apologize. Don't teleport. Oh, that's what happened. Bro pushed me forward. What a dick. I have not encountered that yesterday, and then I just encountered it twice in a row. What a butthole. Alright, anyways. Yelan never scenes played just cause cons. Oh, if you want to see Yelan get played, you'll see it in the I Know video. Look, I'll give you a hint for the I Know video. I apologize for this, and I wanted to emphasize part of the effect of why this comparison was as unfavorable as it is to Yelan and as favorable as it is to Aino is because we're not doing this today because it wasn't a Dehya comparison, but I in the Aino video I showed Yelan C6 without Yelan powered down. I showed Yelan C6 with Arlecchino Overvape compared to Aino, And again, this is without like having an idealized artifact combination that would even be favorable to Ino necessarily, but still, it's favorable to Ino because Ino has an advantage in AoE situation. And like, Yelan C6 was better in one chamber. Sorry. Like, yeah, anyways. AoE Hydro matters for Arlecchino. In context where you're like, why are you apologizing for Mihoyo's horrible balancing? It's not really horrible balancing. Like, Yelan is a good character, particularly for Arlecchino. But Arlecchino can gain value from shorter rotations and AoE Hydra application in an AoE situation. And that means I know C0, but even by being able to do that, particularly with their synergy with the Nefa, is kind of just better. But it's also an effect, by the way, because I have Arlecchino C1, and that Arlecchino C1 uplifts Arlecchino's damage to a degree that investing more in buffing Arlecchino more can be more noticeably better than investing more in your off-field damage, right? The stronger your on-fielder is, the better it is to buff your on-fielder compared to doing more off-field damage. And that's part of like why it was also an unfavorable comparison to Yelan. If I had a C0 Arlecchino with the same build, Yelan should have been probably not as equivalent as she was, but also it was a C6 Yelan and I didn't power her down. She had an ER timepiece, by the way, because I think she needed the ER timepiece, but like she still had R4 Aqua, and it was like, you know, 82 crit rate with 220 crit damage on Emblem with 200 ER, or like a little bit under 200 ER, like 180, 190, I think. Oh, and, like, I'm not kidding. Like I got like equivalent clear times with Ino in the first chamber and the second chamber. It's a bit oof. It's a bit oof, and I did multiple runs to see if it wasn't just a fluke. Oh boy. Anyways, it's fine. I'm gonna instead of, I think if I start with E on a Neva, maybe that'll actually be better. Maybe it'll prevent it from doing something. No, I don't know. Okay, good. Yeah, we stunned it. I don't know if that actually mattered. I didn't get this part of this. Probably shouldn't have done that. Did you really? That is... You are so rude, sir. I don't know what to tell you other than die. No. Bro, die. I'm so upset at this thing. This Dorito. To be clear, these problems happen with Ino versus Furina the same. just come on, fuck you. Whatever. Okay, don't freaking teleport. Whatever. I give up. I should have tried to use that on the dude that went away at range. I didn't get the particle spot properly. Oh well. Okay. It's just Doritos alive. Ah. Curses. Vaporize. Yeah, this was by far not an ideal grouping situation. Oh, okay. Okay, and it also again not an ideal grouping situation with this. This is a pretty terrible clear. This team can do a lot better here, but it's just a lot of enemy RNG. But regardless, a terrible clear is still less than a minute and 30 seconds. So, who's my next C6 character? Lanyan. Let's see if I can get a better clear though. Sorry, I need to not get this lost in testing actually. Because, oops, why did I do that? Yeah, I just applied a bunch of extra pyro, whatever, to see the cause of the problem. Maybe it was a good thing, actually, because it stung the buffalo. Oh, I just shielded by accident. Why did I do that? Brain? Okay, the first parts here were much better. We're only getting the 2 here, but 2 is a lot better than only 1, so that's fine. Yeah. I lost damage there by being stupid and pressing D at E by accident. Or not D at E, an F at E. Alright, that was much better. That was much better. That was what I wanted to show. There we go. Get that off, nice. Don't need to get that off, but it definitely makes it a lot. It makes it trivial to get to the shield. I kind of have to think. Oh, I didn't get that first. Crap. We're gonna. We'll forgo a burst next rotation because I don't think we're gonna get a burst back, and also I don't think we get it. Chamber. Wait, actually no. I did. Okay, you know what? I'll do 1 Lanyang clear on the 3rd chamber because Lanyang propaganda. But we're not gonna do a whole bunch of testing in the 3rd chamber with the automaton because the automaton could take a while to fight, and we need to do mini teams testing. Crit again in the 3rd chamber. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful day! That means we're gonna be over Captain Crit rate. Funnily enough, on Dehya. When we activate C6 at least. This energy there, and do this energy, bam, okay. Alright, this, I should have done Ino first, whatever. I will do shield here. Whack me. This. Crap, good. Okay. That was pretty decent. You can have some energy problems against this enemy because Bop. Yeah. Oh, like, notably, against the cactus there, Furina doesn't feel that much better than Ino, which is interesting. I don't think I'm gonna get that much better of a clear time with Furina, but we'll see. That I think, by the way, was the best clear time I have gotten. Like in the Ino video, the footage I'm gonna show is gonna be with a clear. I think that's like 5 seconds worse than that. So, without even trying by accident, I've been getting better at the team, but I also think the Cactus RNG just went well. So yeah, that was a very good clear with Ino, I want to be clear, with the Cactus. But still, in practice, I would say I find the Ino team much more consistent performing than the Furina team. And again, that sounded like Furina's weird variable hydro application, so... DPS Lanyon only works with C6 Farazan? Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's anima DPS, so she has a little bit of non-anima damage. You can do Mimi DPS Lanyon things without C6 Farazan, but yeah. Bennett not good in Dia's team? It's not that he's not good, it's that he's worse. It's not that Bennett's not good, it's that Bennett is worse. And Bennett is valuable in other teams. But... it's the energy. It's basically just the energy. I don't have. Maybe I can link it. Let me find it. Do I have it open? Actually, maybe I do have it open. Sorry. I don't think I do. No. I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. There you go. If you want to read up. You know what? Let me put this. I'll put this in the description. Hold please while I update the YouTube description. Can a page load? What is it doing? Please? Hello? Firefox? Jesus Christ? Sorry, my YouTube dashboard is just stuck on a loading screen. It's like hyper having a stroke. I hope my YouTube stream is working, because I literally can't tell right now. I'm assuming I could tell by chat, but okay, I guess I am not updating the description because here I can. This is what I get. Great. Thanks, YouTube. Well, sorry, I am not updating the description right now. But if you Google, it's in the pinned comment, but if you Google Dehya Overvape Reddit, there is a post from Complete Ad 4233. And they go over calcs and fanfare generate. They even did fanfare calculation, which is something a lot of people don't tend to do with Furina. They tend to just be like, assuming this amount of damage bonus is probably enough. And they had different weapons. Yeah. Rain Slasher R5 was what they assumed at a baseline, whatever. So, yeah. Anywho's. I don't know. Alright. I know we can counter your testing. Thank you, Tagliner. Appreciate it. Alright, but yeah, that's why Shepherds is there. Okay. The dashboard is still borked on Firefox. Alright, it's just gonna be borked, it's fine. Okay, so you two heard me talking shit against their live stream stuff. And like, how about we make it worse? Yeah, we'll do one clear here on this fly. I don't know. Because it's fun and I want to show Lanyan propaganda, but we won't do it again. Oh god, I almost died. Would have been funny to try to do Lanyan propaganda and immediately die. I didn't have to dodge, I don't think. Did you C6 Dehya? Not yet. I feel it's very important to have the control test. So I'm showing what my Dehya performs like with her current C3 build. And then we'll do a little bit of testing, but much shorter testing with C4. Because I think I'm fine to not have to worry that much about that. Can I do this? That's it. Is that gonna work? I don't know if it's gonna work. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't have any... Whoopsies, I don't have any bonus. Okay, well this is bad gameplay. I could have done that better. I could have like maybe 10% health left here if I'd done that well. You know, my Furina is all off kilter too with the timing for the other units. Still, you know, I mean, we still had above 30 seconds left. Who cares? All right. Almost dying is a strategy to build fanfare. That's true. No, I haven't tested USB cord. All right. Okay. By the way, I like every time you leave the Abyss with a 2 Nod Cry team, it's like, hey, just in case you didn't know, you had a 2 Nod Cry team that pops up on the top. Just, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I did do... Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do level 100 D today. I did do 2 more 10 pulls from my... I got like, you know, 2 more 10 pulls just from doing all the exploration I did the last couple days, which I didn't even do on stream or anything. I just vibed in the middle and I wasn't talking. It wasn't anything. It was just me doing like just enjoying exploration, not trying to make content from it. And I got nothing. Well, I got Layla, which is not nothing, but wish refund. Anyways, okay. So real quick, let's do a run through now with Furina, and then we can go through with the overload, and then actually, you know what? Here, let me show you the problem real quick, because we don't have to Well, no, I can just show in the first chamber. It'll be fine. I don't think I need to meaningfully do a full clear or try to do a full clear. Like I probably can do a full clear, mind you, with the investment I have in this team. Let's do Bennett, and do like I think like Scofia E into Bennett into Silali, something like that. This is C1 Silali, by the way. Everyone knows she is C0. No signature weapon or anything. You're gonna see the issue. You're gonna see the issue. So, and I'll point out some of the other things, but anyways. Bap. Alright, and we should be able to get melt. Get a couple melts. And then what happens is we end up overtaking with Pyro towards the end. And basically Dehya almost like Dehya basically never gets more than like her first few melts. You can see we don't have our energy. And actually in this situation, this looks like it's not that bad. But that's because I believe we're getting energy. I think you get more energy particles from these enemies dying compared to like a single target boss sustain situation. Maybe we can go demonstrate in Abyss. But like it's a situation where Dehya does not have enough energy. So this is a context where like C4 Dehya I think is pretty meaningful to maybe start making Melt Dehya kind of work. It still has the fundamental problem though. Like nothing's going to fix the fundamental problem, and it's probably going to become more obvious with C6 lasting longer. The cryo application timing, like Dehya does not apply a ton of pyro, but she can apply pyro with fast enough like gaps between her hits that it doesn't line up with when your cryo unit is applying cryo properly. And double cryo can help with that. C6 Kaya can help with that. And this seems to be working pretty fine, but I can almost assure you a big part of the reason this seems to be working as fine as it is as far as like damage potential goes, burst back, is like a nice 120k there, is because we have C1 Seat Lolly that is helping like uplift our damage meaningfully. The flat buff is helping a lot, I think. I did some damage calcs with this team to see what it would be like without C1 Seat Lolly, and it's like much more underwhelming. like I think Dehya gets the same damage without C1 Seat Lolly here as we get in the Vape team with Furina, right? It is basically what I saw. So, anyways, you can see the problem. To be clear, again, in this context, I actually think with this enemy context, I think I could put on an ER timepiece on Dehya. But I can tell you I have used this team with an ER timepiece on Dehya, and in an actual sustained single target situation, I don't think it works properly. So, what do we want to use in the first side, I guess? You know, we're not using an F, I guess, so let's do Chlorindin F or something for the funsies. You know what, just use you. Activating C2 today. We're activating C6 Dehya, hopefully shortly. Anyways, my point is, I don't think we need to do a full Abyss run through. My hope is that the issues with Dehya pre-C4 when she's solo pyro are relatively evident. It's not impossible to make work, but in general, I just don't know if I recommend Mount Dehya at all without starting to get into high investment territory. And if that's worth it to you, it's worth, you know, getting C1 Seat Lolly, C2 Seat Lolly for having more Dehya team options. That's, you know, a consideration for you. For me, it is worth it. Like, I like having them as team options, even if they're not my favorite Dehya team options. Right? It gives me more element coverage and whatever. So it's worth showing because I think it should scale better with investment into both Dehya and other units with Dehya. I don't know why I didn't Eon's on. Didn't know you had. Oh, C2 Seat Lolly. Sorry. No, C2 Seat Lolly is not activated yet. Only C1 Seat Lolly still. But I will activate C2 later, unless it's like 7 hours later. But I don't think it should take that long. Yeah, so this we're just gonna have to get through with Scopier mostly. We'll do this. What, like, we should use that. Let's do this. I'm not gonna use D here, I think it's kind of pointless. Ah, frick. Okay. Just let Scopier kill it. Maybe we should use Dia. No, I think it just let Scopier kill it. Please die, sir. Wait, just do this. Alright, cool. I'm gonna wait till you get the skill back. Okay, cool. Alright, watch the cryo aura. Melt. Melt. And then we took over Pyro. We only got 2 melts there, right? And like in this team context, Dia's Pyro then causes a Scopier to start getting melts. And so like it's not like it's a 100% loss or anything, right? Like, you do gain something in losing. And yeah, you can see the energy. This is with the ER timepiece, remember? This is with an ER timepiece. So she has like 180 ER here. And obviously just not enough energy. So, to be clear, I mean, we can clear, I think. Alright, melt. Okay, melt. Melt. Okay, we got 3 melts that time. Woo! And like, to be clear, the melt damage is like high enough that like, yeah. And this is what I'm talking about where like, you know, like with C1 Seat Lolly uplifting her non-melt damage to a meaningful degree, and uplifting the hits that do melt, like C1 Seat Lolly is more front-loaded value, right? And that's when you're getting your melts. Like, I think C1 Seat Lolly is enough that it's like, it's a consideration. Without C1 Seat Lolly, it's like, I don't know. This is one of those difference makers where I think C1 Seat Lolly matters, and I don't recommend this team without a little bit of additional investment. At bare minimum, probably C4 Dia. But don't expect it to be insane with C4 Dia and no C1 Seat Lolly, whatever. And C2 Seat Lolly, when I activate it, should obviously make a significant difference too. So, yeah. Is Scopier better than Shallonen here, or are you just testing? She should be, because you kind of need double cryo to actually get more than 1 melt. And occasionally get more than 2. Anyways, I don't think we need to test this one more meaningfully. Like, it's pretty obvious the problem it has, and what can potentially be gained. Like, I'll still have to use an ER timepiece, I think, in single target situations, at least to be able to make melt Dia work. But hey, it should work at least. Anyways, let's go do a run quick with Furina, and then we'll do a run through with the DAI team. So it's the exact same team. Same builds, just Furina, C2 Furina instead of Ino C0. Yeah, we'll do first. And there is like fanfare optimization to be done here, even with a C2 Furina. Like using your Chevreuse E at ideal times kind of does matter. But anyways. Furina is all kinds of awkward to optimize and play around in this team. If Columbina replaces Furina, like I'm assuming again on the assumption that Columbina is going to be a much better version of Ino, and Ino is already as good as she is. I think Columbina will probably slap Furina silly out of this team, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I don't want Columbina to slap Furina silly out of every team, but I am fine with it in this team context because she's annoying, and it makes it a little less satisfying to play Dia with how inconsistent it can be because of how Furina works. Furina's inconsistent like Hydra application can be interesting in some contexts, but this is not one of them. I think it's just annoying. See, now I can't play DPS long as this. See, I know existing means I can play one of my favorite characters to play on the other side at the same time as playing Dia. But I can't now. I have to be boring and play Melt Arlecchino because I don't have freaking Furina available to play Lanyon. Ugh. It's not that big a problem. I like Arlecchino too, mind you, but you get the point. Like, there's value to Furina, right? So, anyways, I don't really care about the team rotation there. DPS game with FE melting, yeah, exactly. All right.
Care for the dance with me.
Furina can get sub 1 minute here, by the way, compared to the best clears. Okay, this is not a good start. But again, same. Whoops, I forgot to do this. Same like variants that I know has here, basically just because of the enemy situation. But that. And presumably this team should scale better with Furina than it scales with better than it does Ino, by the way. Like, I think we should see the damage improvements from Dehya here more with Furina. But the damage improvement with Dehya C6 more with Furina than we should with Ino. But it's still, I think, important to show both contexts. So we're not getting sub 1 minute, but you can obviously see how at a baseline that's better than Ino. But like my best clears with Ino got like 855. And I just got like an 858 clear there. But that was a worse clear with Furina. So like a worse clear with Furina is similar to a really good clear with Ino C0. And that's down to like the grouping situation, right? A good clear with Furina can get to like more closer to 9-10. So like 10, it's like 10 to 15 seconds better. And that's where I got that 20% estimation from. Particularly if I factor in the fact that like I'm not using the ideal combination of artifacts because I don't have them yet for the team. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's safe to say the fact that like Ino can compete as close as she is in that team with Furina is kind of impressive. But that the difference between Ino and Furina would be significantly amplified in Stygian Onslaught. So yeah, or maybe not because of the fact that Ino has an energy advantage. So. Who knows? I haven't been able to test Stygian because Mihoyo said, no, you do not get to Stygian until 10 days later. So, frick me, god damn it. Okay. Well, this thing should be dead by now if I hadn't bungled, but oh well. I bungled again. Who cares? Bro, you're lasting so much longer than you should. Alright, whatever else. Should probably not ban it first, but whatever, who cares? Oh, great. Wow, I screwed up somehow. Amazing. Good gameplay, me. Funnel the particles. Here, let's do Sudali first. Or Sudali, Bennett first. Rosaria first, and then black, rain. Wow. Wow. Okay. Nefa gained a lot of damage increase from 90. About 10%, yeah. In my, or no, I think it was actually about 15% in my testing. So, yeah. The vaults and Nodcry give a nice amount of free artifacts. I think 3 of I think 3 of Ino's artifacts are from the vaults. This first. Summon, please. Okay, so this is a good start. Productive. By the way, in case you haven't done any of the story, I gotta say, you know, the like mother-daughtery relationship, like the character dynamic of Nefa and Ino together is pretty good. Like I'm mentioning it because it's a pretty big flavor win to play Nefa and Ino together. Okay, I'm just saying. Gotta keep that in mind. Sometimes flavor wins matter. Yeah, there you go. Like you can definitely feel and see the damage performing quite a lot better with Furina, as you would hope and expect that Furina is. But at the same time, it's not like it's unusable with Ino. So yeah. Uh-oh. There we go. Got it. Fine. Oops, wrong character. Oh boy. Ah, crap, I attacked it. How do I do this? Then doing yourself. I've done a little bit of Hour Conquest, but only up until unlocking I know. I stopped there. Holy shit, C6 Dehya can clear enemies? Icosa, I regret to inform you, what you just saw was a C3 Dehya. So I cleared dire difficulty last patch with C3 Dehya, so you know. Furina is a lot more convenient for getting through the shield phase here, I will say, than Ino, but it's not fundamentally that different. We have energy on everyone. Do this. Let's do this. I'm not going to reactivate their skill. Okay, good. And we're gonna do this. Please, okay, good. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that was a very. Normally, I do not clear the characters that well with Furina, I will say. That was way more ideal of a situation than I normally get with characters. But hey, there's a situation showing when things go well, Furina is a lot better than I know, and as she damn well should be, especially in a single target situation. But actually, single target doesn't necessarily matter that much, per se. But anyways, we're gonna do one more to see if I can, because that I think might have been the fastest clear I've ever had. To be clear, the clear I had with Ino was, I think, also the fastest clear I had against the Cactus. But that was like way faster than I'm actually used to getting with Furina. I think it might have, maybe, oh, you know what? It might have just been the fact that I have the 2 freaking crit cards. I forgot about that. I have the 2 crit cards going, right? So that's kinda a relevant factor. And we're going. Oops, I really should not have done that. Okay, yeah, obviously still better, but okay. Do this. Like, usually the circumstance here is, yeah, we can like kill with double the yeah, that was more typical of what I expect against the Cactus versus that like really good 40-second clear, like Jesus. So anyways, can I show the Dehya build? Yeah, and we don't need to do this. So there you go. That's the Ino versus C2 Furina comparison. Yeah, duh, C2 Furina is better. I would sure dang well hope, but not so insanely better that I feel like it matters for me. For me, it'll matter more on choosing Ino versus Furina will matter more on just depending if I need those characters for another team, on one particular Abyss or another, and what teams fit, right? Like I can very comfortably clear this Abyss with Ino, with Dehya, and then with DPS Longyang using Furina instead, right? As I showed before. So anyways, there's the Dehya build on Voracash's. Oh, I didn't mention Voracash's much. So like Voracash's is, I see a lot of people saying Voracash's is not worth it pre C4 Dehya. I think that is not true. I don't think it is worth it pre C1 Dehya because I don't think DPS Dehya is worth it pre C1. And I think pre C2 it can be a little bit more sus. Simply because Vorakash's triggering requires Dia taking damage, and that means a unit on your team in general taking damage. And also Vorakash's is another reason not to have a shield, which I didn't think about mentioning before. So do I recommend farming for it with how much better it is on paper compared to Emblem? Not necessarily, but I think people can also underestimate the value of like how like her skill activation can get pretty big vaporizes. I don't know if you saw what I was getting there with vaporizes, but she can land pretty big skill vaporizes, and you know Vorakash just buffs that skill, and being able to have that additional damage on her skill, both when you're like doing with between rotations and yada yada yappity yap. I have found in practice Vorakash feels significantly better than Emblem, and I found it worth farming. Like if you're someone who's going to be dedicated enough to consider playing Dia, like seriously playing DPS Dia, I think you should farm it. That's my vibe. And I actually did do some calcs, by the way, because of the fact that with Ino, Dia can use the Nod Cry crit set, but like I needed some for the Nod Cry crit set to be better than this on Dia. I needed some like highly ass specific artifacts with really heavy crit damage, EM, attack, HP subs to take advantage of the free crit rate. Like I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna do it, but like I need some like really ass specific artifacts, and in a way that I find it unlikely that anytime soon I'm going to seriously consider that, especially because it's less universal and relies on you have to play Dia with 2 Nod Cries, and I don't only want to play Dia with 2 Nod Cries. So, anyways, so yeah, that's that team. Last team to test with C3 before we actually get into the real meat of things is we're gonna do Dia Yai. And as mentioned before, this team's dynamic might change with C6 significantly. I'm gonna show this with ER timepiece because I normally prefer ER timepiece on Dia in this team. And the simple reason for that is it's just more comfortable. I don't think I quite need this much ER, especially with Fav Chevreuse if you funnel Dia energy properly. But I also I really like being able to be more flexible with this team, with being able to funnel energy if I want or need to funnel energy to Yai, because Yai's burst like it can do like a front loaded like 400k damage if everything crits, or more than 400k damage, and that's like in AoE. That's like really valuable. So having that flexibility is, I think, better than having a little bit more damage with a different main set on Dia. But C4, so this should be a context where I think I get meaningful value from C4, because C4 should give me that flexibility, but without an ER timepiece, right? So I should be able to switch to either a HP or an attack timepiece. EM timepiece actually shouldn't be dysfunctional in this team because Dia does trigger some overloads, but I actually don't know the exact balance of how many overloads Dia versus Yai is triggering on average, but anyways. Normally I think I want to do Chevreuse first here. Fun Dia Giori team ideas. I mean, Navia can be quick swap, so like you could do Navia, Giori, Dia, Bennett, something, right? I don't know. You can make something work. I've never seriously tried much with it though. I wonder if Ning Wang would work. Ning Wang would be kind of interesting because Ning Wang would actually enable Chiori at C0 properly. Anyways, why did I remove Shivers? And first side, I don't know, whatever. Just use a, I don't know, just use a shield team or something. Actually, you know, let's do, no, let's just, sorry, my brain is computing. What I want to do. Let's just use Clarent. Whatever. Clarent is fun. We just learn this time because I think Red Shred Buffer is probably better. Anyways. Bye, Aqua. Feel free to check the VOD. You want to see the results of C6 Dehya. Hopefully I'll remember to put timestamps in the stream, but we'll see.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Duck.
Be a good audience, won't you? Into the shop.
Your journey ends with a sad.
like I didn't get the buff there. You know, since I have made the C2 Shalona video, because I've been playing Furina more, and particularly this team context. Oh, I didn't realize he was gonna die that quick. Particularly this team context, I've been liking the C2 Shalona a little bit more because of the Chlorine synergy specifically in that team. But it's still like very not worth. I really do not advise getting C2 Shalona. It just isn't actually that significant amount of a stat increase. For most of the teams Shalona is valuable in, but anyways, it's a lot of purple. Indeed it is. Alright, this I didn't even do a second either. This team dynamic is interesting. Oh. Alright, in like trying to balance Yai field time and whatever, I don't think it makes sense to, this is pyro resistance, so I think we just do Yai charge attacks. Keep Yai buff up from Eon-san, yeah, okay. Okay. Alright. And we should have, oops. Crap, didn't time that super well, it's fine. Okay, did I trigger? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, we don't quite have energy on you, that's fine. Yeah, see, I just barely got Dia's burst back there. Like, I didn't go out of my way to try to funnel particles, but that's why I like the ER piece. We should, I just want to play this slowly, at least at this point. So yeah, anyways, I am very familiar with how this team feels. I'm purposely clearing a little bit slower here to save energy. Well, actually, wait, we don't really need the energy for the way up. Now that I think about it, but so I could have played that faster. Oh well, because the way up, I don't need energy for the way up, and the way up would refund the energy anyway, so I didn't have to do that. But whatever, you get the point. Is C6 Dehya worth it? We ain't even close to done testing. Sorry. That's why you have extra ER on time on Furina. Alright, yeah. Now Buckle's over there. But yeah, that team is obviously a little bit worse without, well, without Dehya cons, because the more you can scale Dia's raw multiplier damage, the better. But also it's a little bit worse without Yai C2. Like, I want to emphasize, you use the exact same team with the exact same artifacts and whatever going on, you would probably have a little bit more difficulty pairing than I did there. But, you know, I still had enough time to spare that you can kind of tell, like, with whatever your ideal team is kind of for the first time, paired with that same Dehya team, if it was a Yai C0, I think it still functions pretty well, right? Just saw the title and was wondering where your thoughts were at. Oh, you're good. Yeah, the title is meant to imply that this is the stream where we find out by testing. Because maybe I'll find out that C6 Dehya is just like, eh? It's just like, yeah, Dehya does more damage, but it doesn't really change that much. But I think it will, because I think it's going to change the gameplay dynamic. Like, making her burst last longer is very interesting. So, and the ER situation and whatever. So, I think I will notice it. I think C6 Dehya, for me, will be worth it. I didn't get the burst. Oh, frick me. Okay, well, hopefully that wasn't the problem. I didn't get Eon's on buff up. I think we should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. That was a little bit stupid though. That was almost bad. Okay, we'll do this. I think this should be right. I think that was worth it. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Hoping Fab cooldown would be back and I would be able to get energy from that. Nope. Okay. Fab does not want to trigger. I should have just Dehya bursted. It's fine. Mistakes that I could have done better with. And then I just used that without Eon's buff up. as far as mistakes go, there's more. Oh, oh no, this is second half. I'm not going to redo. That'd be silly. But anyways, that was really terrible gameplay-wise. At this point, I'm just going to save the energy. Having energy for the next chamber is pretty important. Whatever, this is the easy chamber. It's fine. That was a terrible clear. But, yeah. The dynamic of having the flexibility for this team to on-field Yi a little bit more versus on-fielding Dehya is enjoyable. I think the lower investment your Dehya is, though, the less worthwhile it is to on-field Dehya. Like, Zajef, I think, is a little bit of an asshole boy, and he didn't even try to on-field Dehya because Zajef is a stubborn butthole sometimes, and if he thinks something is the case, he refuses to try it. Like, he refuses to, I don't know. He's annoying. I forgot to go double check his footage. Maybe he was just trolling. But he said he didn't even on-field Dehya. I'm just like, bro. Okay. I'm not saying it's always optimal to on-field Dehya. Like, I was purposely not on-fielding Dehya there at the end. But, like, part of the enjoyment is the fact that you have the flexibility to on-field Yi more and whatever. But I do not. I'm very confident it's not always better to on-field Yi, at least with with my investment into Dehya in that team. Anyways, I like Zajef, but Zajef be a butthole sometimes. And that's why we like Zajef, I suppose, because we like annoying people. I did not trigger your thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. One of the most trivial things to do the cactus. I would like to refresh your skill and then burst. Probably could have done that better. And you're dead. You're not dead. You're dead. There we go. Thought Llama was going to be a circle impact moment or E-Fall, surprisingly. By the way, as far as Llama, I've done some testing with her. I'm leaning towards just being an anti-Llama burster, just because... This is not because actually... Like, I thought I was going to be an anti-Llama burster, because I wasn't going to like the burst animation. You two always seem to annoy each other. I mean, yeah, that's, I think, our relationship. We are friendly professionals with each other. We piss each other off. But like Llama's hold E, oh, sorry, not Llama's hold E, just Llama's E in general following you. But like the fact that Llama's E lasts 15 seconds, right? Means you tend to want to do like shorter rotations, and like the shorter rotations with to keep up your Dendra application, you tend to want to be able to swap to her every 15 seconds ideally. Otherwise you lose. Like if you're doing 20-second rotations with a Llama team, for example, you can keep up her like red shred buff and whatever perfectly fine. But if you need to keep up the Dendra application, right? And like if you want to, if you say you start a rotation with Llama hold E and then do your setup with your burst animations, everything after, like Llama's E will end like while you're still like on fielding someone and whatever. And it's kind of an annoying problem. And it's made worse by if you do her burst animation, because that takes up rotation time. So I don't know. There's a lot of situations where I'm like, I think it might just be better to skip Llama burst. So I don't know. I'm gonna level Llama's burst to level 6 because it's cheap to do that. And then I'm gonna have to play with her a lot more, and I just might become an anti-Llama burster. I don't know. Anyways, because it just doesn't feel like it's worth the time to use half the time for the rotation time it costs. It feels like you're costing yourself Dendro application uptime. And the fact that her burst doesn't apply Dendro, because it doesn't do any damage, it's like Nahidi, it just starts the buffing thing. Anyways. Do burst first? I do! That's not the problem. The problem is it extends rotation time, and her E makes you want to do shorter rotation times. So the only time her burst feels like it makes sense is in the teams where it doesn't do rotations. But then it not applying... The problem is like her doing burst first and the burst not applying Dendro is awkward, and you have to do like normal attacks to apply your first Dendro. And it just feels bad to use. But yes, no shit, I know I can QE, my god. That wasn't the point. The point was it just doesn't make sense to extend your rotation time sometimes. Bro, Llama burst is the most important. No, it is not. Llama Burst is one of 3 components that makes blooms do more damage. It is one of 3 components. It is like of equivalent value to, not even equivalent. I think her burst actually is probably of the lowest, particularly in AoE, like in this current Abyss, whatever. But in the first half, you probably don't want to do Hyper Bloom in the second half. But like anyways, whatever. Like, no, Llama Burst is not something you have to do. And I don't know. I just like she is enough of a damage uplift for me for blooms without bursting that I just don't know if I care about using her burst, and it makes her more clunky to play, and makes her feel less viable for adapting to rotations. And in particular, one of the problems I've encountered is like using Xingqiu with her, doing more burst animations with a team. Like if I'm doing Nahida, Nilou, Xingqiu, and I wanted like Nahida burst constantly for the Nahida EM buff, or a Llama buff, like I can pick if I do both of them, right? If I do Llama burst and Nahida burst, that's a lot of burst time that I'm spending that isn't doing Hydra application by doing normal attacks, right? Like, but since she only needs ER and EM, why not focus on ER so she can burst her rotation? That's not the point. That is not my point. The point is not that you can't build her burst. The point is not I'm struggling to get energy on her. I have plenty of energy on her because I'm using Fab right now. Llama E at start of rotation, burst at end, whatever you can fit in 12 seconds between, especially if you're Hyper Bloom and don't spend much time in your Electro. Okay, but you lose Hydra application when you're bursting on her. And again, I'm talking about like the Nilou team in particular. I haven't actually done much with like Yelan, Xingqiu, Hyper Bloom because I don't really care about that team, quite frankly. But I'm not saying it's not fucking worth it. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm saying it feels bad and it makes it more annoying to optimize shit. It doesn't feel like it is worth it in a lot of random contexts to do hyper consistent rotations in general. This is like the story of Bloom teams in general. But I don't know. Like the main thing that annoys me really about it is the fact that it doesn't apply any Dendro. The fact that you have to do like to like get her wholly out for the first, whatever. If you stand close to the enemies with Xingqiu, you still apply Hydro. I know. Anyways, don't get worked up, but daddy. Okay, but this pisses me off a little bit. I'm sorry. The fact that everyone like is like, oh no, you don't need to burst on a Nepha. Meanwhile, a Nepha's burst does a really valuable buff for a Nepha and the on-fielder. It is better to do that, like basically always. Like, it's not so vitally important that you have to do it, but it is basically always better to a Nepha burst, and it's better to build for it. And Katane exists for a Nepha, right? Like, you should burst on a Nepha. But the fact that like people are like building a Nepha and like using a Nepha in ways where they're bursting every other rotation, and like it actually has a burst that feels like it does something directly when you use it, and like you can use it for applying setups. You can use it to reset her skill cooldown, or not her skill cooldown. It keeps the robot active, so you don't have to use her shield. Like, yes, you successfully rage baited. The fact that like people don't burst consistently on an Nepha, but then you all are like the moment I dare suggest I not burst on Llama, people are like. No, you always burst on it. It makes your blooms do 5 quadrillion more damage, as if that's the only thing buffing blooms. As if it's not also the red shred and the bloom crit buff that's doing 35% of the work. Like, I don't know. She already uplifts bloom so much, it just feels unnecessary to me. So, like, it feels not necessary to me. If you feel it's necessary, if you feel it's value, you find a way to make it work, I'm glad. I'm just giving you my vibe. In my experience, particularly as someone who finds that usually my ability to optimize my clears and my gameplay experience is more enjoyable if I don't use 5-star burst sometimes. So I purposely try not using 5-star burst and see how optimization goes not using a burst that is of like middling value. And that's where Llama's burst is at. It's like of middling value. Anyways. It's not bad. It's good. It's actually balanced well, arguably. In a use it. It's like a good ability to have that does something when it makes sense to use, but doesn't necessarily always make sense to use. I think that's good balance, at least. Her burst is arguably the best balanced part of her kit. There you go. That's my vibe. Good lord, that was distracted. Yeah, sorry. No more getting distracted. We gotta do the eye thing. Right, sorry, Yai things, Dehya things. I mean, we're doing Yai things too, but you know. It goes into killer phase next. I haven't played a ton of this thing recently with this season, but yeah. I believe we do this, and then we should also do this, but we do not do Yasan. We want to do Yai E. One more Yai E. Hopefully it stays up when we do it. Oop. Do the setup. Okay. What I want here is do this. This. No, I didn't. Oh crap. Okay. Can we do this? Alright. Wasn't ideal, but it wasn't bad. And the ideal would have been, you know, launching that Yai burst much sooner. And then we can actually get, because it had its resistance back and we were actually doing Dehya's burst there, right? But alas, such is life. But yeah, like right now, the balance I'd say is definitely skewed towards using Yai properly more than using Dehya. So it'll be interesting to see how this scales up with C6. Because it should be like there should be more context where I consider using Dehya longer on field, right? With C6, of course. So, anyways, that's the C3 teams. So there you go. So, and the only difference again was we just use EM timepiece with the one team. We used ER timepiece for the others. We're gonna activate C4, and we're gonna see a little bit of the effect of that. Yep. Let's start a new recording file actually. Okay. So we're not gonna do. We don't need to do full tests of C4. Other than okay, one thing I will test actually with C4. Okay, no, we are gonna do a run. So first of all, let's test EM timepiece. Well, no, sorry. Let's test the Chevro's team first because we just did the Chevro's team. So we're putting attack timepiece on instead. The reason I'm putting the attack timepiece is because I think I might still want the ER. That's really the only reason. It's also a little bit better, I think, substat value than my HP timepiece, but not crazily so. So, you know, lose a lot of ER, but I gain a whole bunch of attack. So obviously this should be better, and hopefully it's just, you know, the same energy experience for Dehya. But now more damage, right? That's the idea. There you are. Okay. Why am I struggling? There. Yeah, we're not gonna activate. We don't need to do that crazy of testing. Like I don't even honestly think there's much need to test the Overvape team, but we'll test. We'll show the Overvape team at least in the like first chamber. To be like, wow, look, she gets her burst back without having to do any funneling. And that can matter from a context of like, I can now care about funneling energy to a Nefa on the Dehya Overvape team. Because I would say the amount of energy I have on my Nefa is like right ours borderline. She has 155. For that team, it's like right on the edge of exactly what she needs in an Abyss context. And yeah, so... Anyways, and then obviously in Stygian, I think C4 Dehya should be pretty valuable too in the Overvape team, right? Because you can gain extra value from ER regardless, even if it doesn't give you value in Abyss. Oh, and then I'll show the Melt team, of course. It'll probably the Melt team will probably start functioning with an ER timepiece, whereas it didn't really function with an ER timepiece before. Like I needed more ER than an ER time than 180, basically. I'm pretty sure her ER needs pre C4 with that Melt team. And I could have put like Pav on a Scopier or whatever, I guess, but I'm probably in the neighborhood of 200 to 220. Which is freaking a lot. 2 hours and still no C6. I mean, if you've come to my testing streams before, this is my normal process. Sorry, I think it's important to test this way, for me and for the viewing experience. Like, I don't know, what I need to do better is I need to put timestamps in. So if I don't put timestamps, someone else puts timestamps. They would greatly appreciate that. But yeah. Anyways, we're not gonna spend too long on C4 here. Don't worry. This is not gonna be anywhere near as in depth as like some testing streams I've done before. Don't worry. Because it doesn't have to be for me, because I'm so familiar with it at the baseline. I don't need to. Like something like I'd say the most in-depth testing stream I ever did was probably, by the way, our freaking burst didn't land 3 times and I'm stupid. Yeah, whatever, we'll just continue. It's fine. This ain't just a butthole. We're testing D anyways. Bro, dying. Thank you. Okay. No, I didn't. Oh, that was dumb. Is this within range? I don't think it is. I don't think I triggered overload. Cutting it. Okay, well. Do this then. Whatever. See the energy refunding? Wow, look at the energy refund. Crazy. And she is doing meaningfully more damage. Alright. Yeah, that was not anywhere near like what I was considering an optimal setup because of not having Dehya E within range to trigger overload on it for Yide first, but it's fine. Okay, that's interesting. So, oh my god, I missed. Okay, so, yeah, I'd say the energy situation here with C4 is similar with an attack timepiece as it was before with a ER timepiece, right? Where I still sometimes have to think about her energy a little bit, but not like a crazy amount. That's, I think, my vibe. And she was doing more damage, but hopefully we'll see it better in the next chambers, because this was a non-optimal clear at all. But I blame the bot hold at start. Anyways. Playing Marvel Rivals. I don't really want to play it. This sounds like stupid, I know. But like my friends seemed, they're not playing it much anymore, but my friends seemed addicted to it. And that made me not want to play it. I don't know. It's way too easy to lose a lot of my, it was the type of game that's like, okay, it's not that it wouldn't be enjoyable to play this with you guys, but I don't want to like have negative 10 hours per week because I keep on constantly getting invited and fail to have the ability to resist being invited to things. So can we get a C6 already? I mean, if you're impatient, all I can tell you is you can go do something else with your time and then you can come back to the stream later, or you can come back to the VOD. Oh, Lisa, sorry. The way I'm doing this is important to me. Sorry for being a little bit distracted with yapping, but I don't think I've been that distracted. So, yeah, anyways, I don't really want to play Rebels, sorry. It is a game that doesn't interest me. It's also just, I don't think something I would personally enjoy on a gameplay level that much. Like, I was never that into Overwatch personally. I only played it with friends and similar games kind of thing. And at the time it was like becoming like, at the time it released and everyone was playing it more and when my friends were playing it more, I was just like, I don't want this time sink. I don't want this time sink in my life. It's so much easier just to say no. And be like, no, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy that game that much personally anyways. Alright. No, I didn't get Skull, but that's kind of purposely for Gall. I chose to forgo it because it would be more important to get this stuff up. Alright. I maybe could have Yibristed there, by the way. Let's see. Let's do this. Okay, good. Kill this. And now we can... Okay, that is not pyro resistant. Crazy. I probably should have refreshed a couple EIEs, yeah. Getting towards 55, 60k now. Yep, definitely better Dia damage, but it's not insane. C4 in this team, I would definitely say, is in the neighborhood of like minor improvement territory. Like for most people, again, like maybe for most people, the notable thing is like if you have C4, I think you definitely go for Gore Conscious on here, right? That I think is a worthwhile point. I think part of what I am seeing less, like not that much relevant C4 for me in this team is like I already had a build optimized around Gore Cautious, so like all I'm seeing is a little bit of additional attack from her. But it's not like the end all be all, and the overall gameplay situation is exactly the same, so kind of expected. I don't even know if I need to bother with the next chamber, but I should take that long, so why not? Didn't even get to that. Oh no. Yeah. 1.2 million damage. I need the guy that right there. Well, I know Xylo Burst, I don't need it. It's probably... I should probably use it if I didn't have C2 Furina, mind you. With C2 Furina, I think it doesn't make that much of a difference. Okay, good. Cautious particles. 40k now, 42k with its resistance up. That's pretty dang good. Definitely. Wait. This. Yep. Get energy here. I didn't have. Oh, I lost it. No, terrible. Okay, whatever. More Dia damage at least. Wait, what? Why did we only get 45k? Did I not have like an Eon on it? Or, oh, did I not have? What did I not have up? I feel like I didn't have something. Whatever. It wasn't bad. It's definitely better. Like I can tell that. But definitely, honestly, like. This is just the story of you butthole. This is the story of you butthole. A tale as old as time. Throughout human history, humans have cared about one thing over all else. Buttholes. Brain. No Chevy. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I might have like ignored it. Like maybe it had been more than 30 seconds since I did Cheversy. I bonked my mic, by the way. Sorry. There was definitely some buff I was missing there if Dio was getting the same damage during her burst when it had lowered resistance in its down phase compared to when it didn't. But my vibe there is, yep, it's an energy refunding constellation where that was the same experience, but a little bit more damage because I can use an attack timepiece. But not crazily so, that's for sure. Let's now switch though to see if we can make EM timepiece work with the melt team. And actually, okay, honestly, let's try. I'm gonna try attack timepiece with the melt team because Dia is only getting again. Well, I don't know, 0 EM with melt. I don't know. Okay, what we used EM timepiece before when I showed the energy problem with EM timepiece, and I showed the energy problem with ER timepiece, right? Well, okay, you know what? No. I showed the energy problem with ER timepiece. I'm just going to use the ER timepiece. Sorry. So I keep on waffling back and forth. We're just going to use the ER timepiece because the ER timepiece already had problems. So now, hopefully, the ER build, right? So still 0 EM, but whatever. I'll activate C2 so I'll probably, not right now, but, you know, that'll give EM. It's fine. So ER build, but now this hopefully should be enough ER with C4, right? And then we'll do... Actually, before we do that, let's do a brief test just in chamber 1 of like I don't again, like this team is already low ER needs, so without changing her artifacts, and like I could change Dia to like sorry, we gotta do this. Without changing her artifacts, like I could change to this circlet is technically a slight upgrade over this piece for Dia's damage if I don't need the ER. Like that's probably the thing to do for the Overvape team, but like honestly, whatever. I'd rather just have the extra ER for the random circumstances, because the random circumstances like this thing where Dia's E is not generating any energy particles against this, right? Or other shield mechanics. I'd rather just have the extra ER, even if it's unnecessary, for the Overvape teams and for Stygian and whatever. So like, I'm not gonna change or do a lower ER build, unless I feel like that's truly necessary from a min-max perspective. But let's just do it. Let's just see if we notice, like with Ino, if we notice much at all. And again, what I mentioned before, where C4 here, I think has more. Where are you? There you are. C4. C4, I think has more potential value from a context of being able to allow flexibility in funneling particles to Anefa rather than needing to funnel particles to Dia. That's, I think, the real value gain here. Particularly from a context of how much I might be able to min-max Anefa once I move over to the new set. Because the new set starts with giving 20% ER for free, so that means I can spec more into crit, attack, substats, whatever, rather than need to care about ER substats, like I care about on her current build. Which I only have like 20% in ER substats, to be clear, but that I'm using an energy weapon, so yeah. Anywho's, let's see if we even notice. We might not notice any difference at all here. Oop, helps if I switch my character. We still, right there, we didn't need the funnel, but it just made sense to switch to Dia anyways, right? Okay, how do I not? There you go. See, look, we got energy back, and like here, we can funnel through a Neva. How are you alive over there? The only moment where you kill the small enemy last. Alright. Yeah, that feels the same. That feels the same. Which is what I expected. Again, like from a min-max perspective, it can give value in, you know, funneling particles to Anefa, but it's just more flexibility. It's a nice, for this team, because her ER needs are already low enough, it's a quality of life Constellation, is what I would treat it as. But depending on what your artifact situation is, if you didn't have a build like I have that already had like kind of the perfect amount of ER, you know, maybe it would be enough to enable you to start playing this team and it being a lot more comfortable. It will just depend on your situation a little bit. Yeah, and again, if I had something like a feather that had, you know, 48 crit value but no ER, or, you know, a timepiece with more crit value, no ER, this with way more damage value, like this but rolled better kind of thing, maybe I would notice more. The flexibility being able to switch to that, but as it currently stands, this team context, and the Furina is going to be the same exact thing, right? Is kind of a whatever team context for C4. But let's see what it does for the Melt team, because the Melt team was basically dysfunctional before, without having to like I could switch to an emblem build probably with extra ER substats even on top of being 4P's emblem, it would maybe would function, right? But I didn't feel like going into that. And Benny Boy. And we'll just continue doing this team on the first side because it's easy for me to play without thinking at all. Got the World Quest sword, nice. I gotta assume that the World Quest sword is a reward for, because I've done a bunch of the quests for the like proof of cognoscenti or something. I think I've gotten 2 or 3 of those things in the quests I've done so far. Maybe only 2. I'd have to double check. But anyway, I'm gonna guess that's where you get the sword, is by completing that whole thing. Can we get R5 right away? Can we get R5 now? Or is R5 something we're not gonna be able to get to later? Does anyone know? I know you can get R5 with it, but... I know it's for the Frost Moon Scions quest? Oh, okay. Well, don't spoil me on what the stupid other thing is then. I have no idea what the other thing is. I was just guessing. Because of like the tied together plot thread of the proof of cognoscenti.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Awesome. I know yet. She's pretty good. For a free character, I would even dare say very good. And a extremely positive addition to the game. Yes, she has the condition of not cry units, but presumably the more not cry units released, the more she will become better. Just like the more units that the more healers that were released that like worked as ideal team-wide healers, but the amount of healers that work in the game that are actually like ideal healers for Furina is not that high. And like, don't get me wrong, I think Furina started more versatile and stronger of a character than Ino does, but like, I don't know. Just the fact that they released Anefa before and like the strength of the Anefa Ino combo at a baseline is she's pretty dang good character. Tangai, try using Ino burst before her E, and she'll probably feel a lot better. Oh, oops, I should have on-healed. Please die, sir. I would like to... please, sir. Sir. Thank you. Okay. Goose is on the loose. No. We got 4 melts. Crazy. 4 melts. Uh-oh. Bap. Oh, we got him. Barely. Jesus. Alright. Bap. Do you have energy? Oh my god, you don't. Jesus Christ. Why is your energy worse than it was pre-C4? Okay. What? We overtook with Pyro. Oh my god. Okay, because I had to ban it. Okay, wait. No, let's try something else. Okay, let's try something else that I think might be better. Let's try Shalonen instead of Bennett. I'll just use Eons on here. Let's try Shalonen instead of Bennett, okay? But we're gonna put Shalonen on... I'm not gonna change... I don't feel like... I should change her artifacts, but like, ugh. I'm not gonna change her artifacts. Whatever. I'll just get, like... whatever. But I am gonna put her on Fav. Why? Wow. Because I want energy. That's why. But oh, this character. Having to change her build constantly is so annoying. Whatever. We're gonna put her on Fav. The thinking is that Fav will be better. C4 didn't seem to help much there. And I think it was probably just I had caught a different amount of energy particles before. Wait. Did I switch her back to ER? Oh, is that why? Is that why that happened? I think I might have left her on EM. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. We're fine. Never mind. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. We're saved. Sorry. We're saved. I mean, we'll still, like, maybe try Shalonen or whatever. But okay. Put Bennett back. All right, and see if ER timepiece works. Redo indeed. Just got gifted membership from a stream I am not watching right now. Congrats. Yeah, apparently YouTube can do that. Why is like Fallout 4? Okay, most people have a bad opinion of Fallout 4, so is that an insult?
The show's only just begun.
Or are you complimenting it? It's like Fallout 4, I enjoyed it. I don't think it was the best game ever, but you know, it was a good game. I'm a Hyper Bloom teams with 4-star only. What is the 4th unit you would go for? I mean, like other than Singjo Kuki? I don't know. Barbara? Probably Barbara. We build Bennett. Crap. You buttle. The burst missed! Oh my god. Whatever. We're testing Dehya here, it's fine. But also, come on. I know it's my fault, but also, come on. Oh boy. Please die. Please. Thank you. Okay. Can I get energy? No. There we go. Okay. 2 melt. 3 melt. I think we got a 4th melt. Wow. Let's go. Alright, and then we like funnel particles. Okay. You still don't have that much energy. That's kind of a concern. Okay, so like funnel energy. Alright, bam. Look at that. ER type works, kind of. It's clunky still, but it works. 2 melts, 3 melts, 4 melts, 5 melts. What? I just got melts throughout the full thing. Holy crap, it's possible to get melts throughout the full thing. I literally haven't seen that before. C4 didn't do that. That was just timings managed to line up in an ideal way. Maybe C4 did do that by like just making a, I don't know. I think I got 6 melts, I'm pretty sure, right? That's crazy. That like never happens. So, anyways, yeah, it's an improvement. I don't know. We can go to the next chamber because it's not gonna take long. But actually, I don't think I really want to do the last chamber, to be honest. With the, I don't know. We probably should to see more of how the energies get a better feel for it when we activate C6, because this is one of the team contests where like it should kind of truly test the extent of how far C4 can go as far as like helping fix the ER problems. Holy moly, Yurei. Alright, thank you. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Yurei. Oh, by the way, I learned from watching someone else's stream. I didn't realize that people were like giving me like bits in the past. Like I thought they were just like Twitch emojis that people were using. But like people were actually giving me money through bits, and I didn't notice that in the past. And it might have been like Yurei or someone else. I don't know. So if you gave me bits in the past and I didn't notice because I didn't realize that they were like people being like, here, have a bunch of like the bits on Twitch, in case you're not aware for YouTube viewers, are basically Twitch viewers throwing a bunch of pennies at the viewer. And I never noticed. I missed you. Oh, did you? Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry, Australis. Anywho's, thank you for doing that, Yurei. I appreciate it. Hopefully everyone can enjoy their ad-free viewing. I did lower the ads, by the way, on Twitch too, because I lowered it from like I think the default setting of like 5 minutes of ads per hour to 3 minutes of ads per hour, if I recall. Or maybe it's per 30 minutes. I don't remember. I lowered it to the lowest tier I could lower Twitch's ads without me. Like if you lower Twitch ads too much, you go from 50% revenue share to 30% revenue share, which is a pretty massive loss. And like ad revenue on Twitch is definitely not nothing. So, you know, and I do this for a living. So, anywho's, in celebration of your 6 mounts, thank you. Yeah. Just checked it was 5 melts, I believe. Oh, well, okay. Either way, 5 melts is still impressive. Oh, that was. I wasn't thinking. I was too busy yapping. Uh-oh. Wait. I think we can do this. Get melts in a scope. Yeah, just get melts in a scope. Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. Yes, we barely got it. Holy. Goose is on the loose. Alright. Oh, that was a crit on Sea Lolly. Very nice. 66k melt. Wow. This is pyro resistant, by the way. And yeah, I tried to actually stop there, but oh well. We got final particles. Bap. Bap. Okay. Soup. I think this should be fine. Okay, yeah, one of those funnelings probably was unnecessary. So I don't know. I haven't properly gotten a feel for how much like funneling is necessary here. All right, 2 melts, 3 melts. All right, yeah, that was 3 melts. Okay. Yeah, and again, like we're getting melts on a Scopier, so it's like it's not like it's loss to get like fail melts on Dehya, but it doesn't feel as good, right? That's all. Anyways, we're gonna save the energy because next chamber's harder. All right. But yeah, I don't know. Like, does C4 fundamentally change this team? Not really. And again, I don't think it changes my recommendation of. I feel like without at least having like some higher investment in the support, particularly in Z Lolly, I don't know if it's worthwhile, but. I don't know. I could test with trying to power down Z Lolly by turning off C1, but I don't think I have to. It's pretty clear it's like not my recommended Dehya team for sure. So if you round 5 up, it's 6. Yeah, there you go. I didn't actually know where it was. Oh, it was over here. Okay, I thought it was over here. Much of a boost does C6 give? I mean, in the past, if you want like damage calcs comparison, I believe people like this was like back when Dehya came out, right? And I think this isn't necessarily representative of how you can scale Dehya's damage nowadays, because this was calcs like pre-Furina, pre whatever, but yada yada yappity yap. Back in the day, I recall on Dehya release, people compared Dehya C6 on like a spreadsheet level to Hu Tao C1. But I think there's a lot of things that actually give Dehya the advantage over Hu Tao, and as far as the nuance of how to truly take advantage of that, and especially with new team building options that are available nowadays with Dehya, that I think the value of Dehya C6 is a lot higher on an account than Hu Tao C1, is my opinion. But it was C0 Hu Tao? No. It was C1 Hu Tao, I'm pretty sure. Well, okay. C1 Hu Tao is a question of how well can you play Hu Tao. Because the value we get from Hu Tao depends on how well you can play her. Dehya is easier to play than Hu Tao, by the way. A lot easier. Anyways. But I haven't seen anyone like do a full calculation dive of C6 Dehya teams properly compared to like someone like C1 Hu Tao nowadays. Yeah, the fact that Plunge is Hu Tao's best team is just like alright, let's see what we get here with the resistance up. Melt. Third melt. Fourth melt. Okay, we got 4 melts. That's pretty good. Like I'm happy getting 4 melts for sure. 2 melts is what went wrong. 3 melts is sad, but acceptable. And okay, yeah, we're just spending time obviously. Energy. Do this. That's not up yet. That's fine. Ah. Uh-oh. Yes, I know I could jump up with solo. I refuse. Oh my god. I shouldn't have refused. God damn it. I haven't failed that in a while. What about now? Like your guess is how much better is like a C6 Dehya than Hu Tao? I mean, you gotta factor in, like, if I'm gonna give you a vibe-based number, as someone who isn't regularly doing, like, I haven't felt the value in doing meaningful spreadsheet calcs since like Furina's release. Like I did the last character I think I did a real spreadsheet calcs for was Navia. And post Navia, I just like, I don't know, I felt like team building in Genshin just didn't necessitate it. And it's like, I don't know. I think Zajeff calced C6 R0 Dehya to be similar to C1 R1 Hu Tao. Yeah, that's what I recall, but I don't know. If you want my vibe as someone who knows how to try to take advantage of all of Dehya's strengths, what the actual value of having like a C6 Dehya is, because of how strong pyro carries can be and the fact that Dehya can be really versatile and she can trivialize a lot of like enemy mechanics that are made to be like, yeah, they do a lot of damage to you, and she makes it so you're immortal. And that's a really, really significant value gain, I think, to a lot of people that they underestimate, is how Dehya is an immortal DPS. So yes, very vague, bullshittery fields crafting. My vibe is that I think a C6 Dehya is like as valuable as a C0 Arlecchino. Is probably what I would place it as. But that's me trying to remove some of my biases, to be honest. Like, I think I will end up playing C6 Dehya more than my C1 Arlecchino, mind you. But that's because I'm a Dehya enthusiast. If I'm trying to, like, more evaluate for a generic player level, how comfortable Dehya is to play and the kinds of teams she can fit in, I think she's equivalent of value to C0 Arlecchino, if not better, with good investment and good awareness of how you can utilize her, but requires more investment, right? Like C0 Arlecchino is much easier to get to a point of being valuable before Dehya is, even with C6, right? Is my vibe. So I don't know. There's a nuance to things. It's just a feels crafty bullshittery statement from me as someone who's really biased towards Dehya. So yeah. I find it so sad how terrible some talents constellations of her are. What? Dehya has some of the best constellation scaling in the game. Dehya, every single Dehya constellation, even Z3, I was like, oh, yeah, sick, I noticed this. I think C5 Dehya is probably the only one I wouldn't individually notice, but I'm not going to individually test C5. Like, the only meh one is C5, and like every character has a bad talent constellation, basically. So, yeah. Anyways, if you're a Dehya fan, Dehya has really good constellation scaling. Anyways. Did you not move? You didn't move, did you? But yeah, anyways, ultimately, I'm of the opinion, just experiment around with characters, play around with what you like be open-minded to playing around with different characters, right? But eventually, the more you play Genshin, the more you'll find the kinds of things you value in character kits and what you enjoy, and those personal value judgments for how you are enjoying the combat. And then once you find the characters and the kinds of things you enjoy, then you just play around with the kinds of teams. Like, you find that you enjoy Dehya, then you play around with the kinds of teams you can play Dehya in, right? And I think that is far more important. I'm of the opinion it's far more important to just experience the game that way, rather than how much DPS does Dehya do compared to Arlecchino, compared to Moeka, compared to Gumming, compared to C1 Hu Tao. Like, I just you play the character you like for whatever reason. I don't know. Like, on a damage potential level, Dehya has enough damage potential that with investment, just like other pyro DPSs require investment, but she's harder to get to the investment level to the point where she starts to feel really comfortable to play. On a damage potential level, she has enough damage potential. There are enough mechanics available in Genshin to get Dehya to perform well enough in enough of the game's combat that you can gain a lot of value from playing her as a DPS. That's my vibe. And she has relevant supportive value, which I really appreciate. I wonder the fact that I got the 5 melts on Dia, 3. We got one. Oh, we got 5 melts again. Holy shit. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Do this. That. Good. That. Do this. Do this. Do it. That. Good. Wow, 130k. 2 mounts? 3 mounts? 4 mounts? Ah, we didn't get the last mount. Darn. Sorry, I wonder if there's a way to, like... There might be a way to get this to be consistent. I don't know. Yeah, I did a bunch of testing with this team before, and, like, I basically never got 5 mounts. And maybe... I don't know if I just got lucky, or... if I just didn't play the team enough before. 3... I think we only got 3 there. Yeah, it's really weird, right? This inconsistency just makes the team dynamic kind of weird. Okay. Yeah, this is obviously going to kill it, but anyways, this Night Soul team makes things. I don't know. Fighting this enemy with like Night Soul teams makes it actually less fun in some ways. But anywho's, don't spam attack and let cryo take over. Yes, actually, that's actually what I was going to eventually mention, but thank you for the reminder. Is like, yeah, Dia, in case you aren't aware, like you click normal attack to make her attack faster, but you might be able to delay the attacks at the right time. The fact that I wasn't purposely delaying the attacks, right, and was able to get like 5 melts, you might be able to delay the attacks at the right time to purposely get extra melts, and that's probably particularly going to matter with like trying to optimize something like Melt Dia with C6. So that's going to be interesting to see. But anyways, C4 very clearly had pretty significant value in the Melt team for making it actually, I think, usable for her ER needs. But I would not say it was better than the Vaporized team per se. Again, because like we got to remember I had C1 C Lolly uplifting it. And yes, I know with the Vaporized team I had Furina, but like I also did it with Ino, right? So I had Furina C1, C2, and that didn't matter. So I don't know. Maybe it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other, but I can tell you from experience, I think C1 C Lolly was doing more in the Melt team for Dia than the Furina cons were, even though the Furina cons were definitely doing something meaningful. So, I like them both. They're both completely different team options, right? They use 3 completely different units, but both are fundamentally different playstyles with different amounts of element coverage that makes Dia usable in different contexts, more or less, right? And that's really valuable to me, and I like that. So, anyways, I'm just commenting there that like I think there is maybe even more to make Melt Dia work than I expected, based on the fact that I wasn't purposely trying to do anything to try to get more melts out, like delaying normal attacks. And I don't know if it is possible with C6 to get melts on every, like, if it's all like you do like 1 weight input to make the melt timing lineup and get like, if it's possible to get like 7 melts, for example, from C6, that might be pretty dang big. And Melt Dia might become her best team. So that kind of makes me think maybe I should wait to activate C-Lolly C2. Well, no, I don't think I have to activate. I don't think I have to wait to activate C-Lolly C2 for that, because I think I can, whatever. Anyway, sorry. I think we're done with C4. Unless anyone, does anyone, I show T-Bot? Why? Does anyone have anything I think I should test with C4 Dia before I go and activate C6? Dia split scaling, what should you invest more into? HP versus attack is equivalent. I mean, I had her with a 0 EM build in the Melt team, because I needed ER there, right? And that team I needed the ER. So Your priority is ER. You got to burst, and then ER and then attack versus HP is equivalent. EM is a good stat too if she's actually triggering reactions. So, you know, the answer is it depends. I've been using ER timepiece for the melt team, and I was using an EM timepiece for the other two teams. Or sorry, I was using ER timepiece for the Chevrolet's team initially, but then I switched to attack timepiece for the Chevrolet's team, to be clear. And I do have an HP timepiece available, which is okay. Maybe I should reroll this, honestly, instead of this stupid one piece from, maybe I'll do that when I get 2 more feathers. I don't know. I'll star it. That's a more interesting piece to reroll, potentially, here. Like, this has all the potential in the world for Dehya. Anyways, like, of the pieces I have to consider rerolling for her, that is the most relevant. Because like, I don't want to reroll the circlet unless I got like a perfect circlet. But anyways, I thought HP was better after some cons. It can be, but like I can tell you, I went and checked calc-wise, and like this circlet, if I don't need the ER, this circlet is better than this one, for example. Like the 3 attack percent rolls plus a little bit of flat. Well, I also have flat HP, but you know, this is better for the build that I have. In the Overvape team, sorry, specifically. Like the amount of buffs you're getting from other sources matters. So being that HP is not really anything you can normally get buffed by elsewise, HP tends to make more sense to spec into. But I can just tell you, it's close enough in basically every context that you shouldn't really over prioritize attack versus HP. You're gonna prioritize substat balance over anything else, and ER needs, right? Whatever. So okay. Solo pyro things with C4 energy. Oh, well, okay. I didn't test with C3 solo pyro, but I don't know. Do I need to test? I feel like we can do solo pyro with C6. I'm not the biggest fan of solo pyro because I think it's not really that interesting to play around. I'd much rather deal with the jankiness of an inconsistency of trying to make melt work than solo pyro. But like. What is even modern solo pyro? I actually strongly feel that Chungling won't even make sense here, so I don't know. Is it better to use Chevreuse for 60% damage bonus, unironically, for mono pyro now? Do you do like this? is this the actually Kazuha is going to be worse than my Shilonen? Is this what I do? Even at C6, solo pyro feels awful. Yeah, I don't know. It's felt good in the past, but like it's not my vibe. I don't know. Here, we can check in the first chamber, and Shalona will actually work in multi-wave. So we use C6 Chevers. So it's not going to give an attack buff. It's just the damage bonus here. Get damage bonus from you. We have your signature weapon on you, right? Oops. I have C2 Shalona, by the way, so keep this in mind. Peak Patrol, Scroll. Yeah, okay. So this is fully enabled. We got Benny Boy. And we got Chevy. You get damage bonus from her. I feel like this is the way to go if we want to see the most damage from solo pyro Dehya. To be clear, I think you still probably use Shungling here instead of Chevreuse in most situations. But I don't know. If we're gonna do solo pyro, I'm gonna do solo pyro my way, which is this way. Hey, and this could be a context for whoever asked about Chiori with Dehya before. Swap out freaking Chevreuse for Chiori here, and it's probably better, particularly without Chiori C1 at least. I think without Chiori C1, I don't know. Should we check it quick? I don't know. Do you still have equipment? Kind of, no. No, that's the wrong weapon. Where's your Harbinger? It's on Layla for some reason. Oh boy. An onset circlet? I do. Or onset goblet. Okay. And then maybe that. What does that look like? 28% crit rate. I gotta add. That'll function. Alright, we can try it. It's with a C2 Shallonen in it, but a non-C1 Chiori. I don't know, let's try it. We'll try Chevreuse first, though. Wheelchair the team, yeah. You're asking solos in the only pyro, not mono pyro. Oh, well I did that with Melt Dehya. So you can rewind a little bit for that on YouTube.
Careful.
Check out the VOD.
Dance with me. Be a good audience, won't you?
Big numbers. Wow. Wait, did I don't think I changed your timepiece. I just realized. So that's not quite a fair comparison. There we go. Oh, Mel had Bennett. Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't do without Bennett. To be clear, like Bennett is not so good of a batter. Like I'm pretty sure Shalonen on Fav and funneling Fav is just as good, if not better than Bennett for energy battering for Dehya. Like it should be similar, right? So, I guess we can do a test run with that. Alright.
Careful, dance. Dance with me. The show's only just begun.
Wow. Okay, well I can tell you Chiori is gonna be better. Chiori is going to be better. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mono Pyro D is a fake team. Should I do anything with Chiori? Oh wait, I didn't. I had to order the team properly. Oh well, whatever.
Careful, dance. Dance with me. The show's only just begun.
We're doing more damage. Of course, that kind of makes sense because I forgot Geo Resonance exists. Okay, yeah, don't do Shivers in with Mono Pyro. Shivers the overload? Yeah, or Shivers when you can actually get the attack up. Makes sense. What about Yunjin? She's not doing normal attack damage. She's doing burst damage. Yunjin wouldn't do anything.
Dance with me.
This actually feels pretty decent. And I don't have C1 Chiori for what it's worth. Also, I don't have enough energy. Great. Alright, there we go. This feels fine. Do I think I'm going to play it? No. But if I really like Chiori, would I play it? Yeah. Let's do this. Oh my god. Apparently she needs more energy. Why? Why does this team feel like it has more awkward energy needs than Oh no. This team feels like it has more awkward energy needs than the Melt team. Oh boy. Yeah, so hey, there you go. I don't know. It's a functional Dehya Chiori team, and I think with like the dynamic around the weird auto swap thing from Chiori, being able to do some fun stuff with that is kind of cool. So yeah, is it a wheelchair format? Yeah, but I don't know. You could argue that Inefa I know is a wheelchair format too. I don't know, team building in Genshin. I just like that Inefa I know actually utilizes reactions and whatever, whereas Geo is just damage. So without whatever, but everything is just damage at the end of the day. So I get it. It's just your perspective. It's fine. I get more satisfaction out of the reactions and whatever. If you just want to play that combo, that's perfectly fine too. It feels pretty decent, but I don't think it's crazily compelling or anything. Oh yeah, they wanted to see. So we'll do, if we're doing solo Pyro Dehya, we'll do solo Pyro Dehya with an ER timepiece. This is with C4. And we'll do with Shalonen, but without Fav. So she does not have Fav on her right now. So there will be no Favs on the team here. But this is going to be the multi-enemy situation. If the multi-enemy situation, we get our energy back trivially, we'll switch to the second side and test this, I guess. Just don't feel like doing a clear in the first side if we don't have to. Scopier. Yes, I only have C0 Ino because everyone on the planet only has C0 Ino. Well, other than Mahoyo.
Care for the dance. Dance with me! Be a good audience, won't you? Not done yet.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Let's end this now.
Okay, I mean, she got her burst back here, but again, multiple enemy situations, so okay, maybe we do need to go test in the other thing. I don't think this feels better than Bennett, though. Then this is with C2 Chilonin, right? With C2 R1 Chilonin, even. But hey, we are getting our energy. At least in this enemy situation where we are getting more energy particles from enemies dying. Oh. Line up quite ideally. We can kill the gator, so it has higher resistance here, but yeah, it was decent. Akasha only having a mono power leaderboard set, yeah. Alright, I guess we will do that on the second side. I gotta see. But if Dia gets her energy back here basically just as well as she did with Bennett against the single target situation, then I think what that basically just shows is how Dia's like how Bennett isn't that good of an energy battery. But like I would think we should have more energy problems here than with Bennett. But like Fab Shilonin though should be like competitive to Bennett. Is my thinking. But anyways. Just whatever, don't want to think here. Thank you for testing this. Yeah, you're welcome. He was a good thing to mention. Getting more of a feel for, I think, C4's relevance is important to have for me. I don't know why I did that, but it doesn't really matter actually. But actually, maybe it's arguably better to help keep up the ensemble. I don't know. Anyways, I think it's important to test different contexts for the energy refunding from C4 alone without C6. The C6 does change that, and like ultimately, like because of the fact that I'm so quickly going from if I had lost a Dia 50/50 to C4, or I got like who did I get? I think I got a character, useless character from Standard Banner recently or something. And if that had been Dia and I had 3 months of experience using Dia C4 under my pocket, that'd be cool. Then I would be able to more expertly say in the future of like, yeah, Dia C4 in this specific context kind of matters, but versus ultimately today is my experience with Dia C4 is going to be limited to like an hour or two of testing of it, and then going on to C6 immediately. So I don't think I'm going to claim to be the expert on the relevance of Dia C4 alone, but I think I've gotten enough of a vibe with the stuff we tested that I don't think I need to worry about it that much. I should have really done Shalona before I did that. I was dumb. And Steve Ollie actually, but whatever. Anyways. Now we just wait 5 years. Alright. Please die. Please die. Alright, here we go. Didn't use that charge back, but maybe it was a good thing. 2 mounts? 3 mounts? 4 mounts? Oh, we got 5 mounts! Whee! Alright. Brap. Do we have energy? Nope, not quite. But this is like enough energy that, right, if we did like Fav Shallonen here, bam, we'd have Fav Shallonen energy. So, yeah, as expected, Shallonen without Fav, worse than Bennett. So, yeah, not necessarily on a team damage level, per se, I'm just saying on an energy level. Tested Dia Llama team? Is it important for Dia C4 testing? Or Yevi, your idea in mind? Do you have something more specific? Like I could do some kind of Dia whatever things with Llama, but I don't like what do you have in mind? And is it important to test with C4? Or can I test it with C6? Because I would like to move on to C6. What was Dia's ER? It was 176, I think. 170, yeah, 176. Yeah. Just want to see Dia Burgeon. Think C6 is fine. Okay, cool. C6 shouldn't really change Dia Burgeon fundamentally. Other than make it more relevant to Specker into, you know, more than just EM. But yeah, we can try to do Dia Burgeon once we activate C6. Okay. Sorry, enough. The not purposeful stalling. This was, I think, important testing, but no going back. Hello, C6 Dehya. You took a while to arrive. Let's go. Very good. The first C6 I have, the first C6 of a 5-star character that I have like strongly desired and worked towards having in this game. Like C6 Yelan was a mistake of the past, but this feels like something worked towards and earned. All right. Let's first test. Let's first test the Anefa Overvape team, and we'll test with Furina first, because I think Anefa Overvape is likely to be somewhere we see the most value. You arrived at the stream at the perfect time. Yeah, you did. All right. Let's position the team properly. Chevy. Wait, I could use the preset thing. Sorry, I'm so used to not having the preset. But whatever. Anyways, Anefa. That. Okay, and since we're doing Furina, we'll just do Volcano Melt on the second side. What? See, Lolly. I don't know why I'm. You know what? I need to go to the bathroom. Actually, by the way, this is not purposeful stalling, but like, I feel the need to do a number one, and I feel like if I feel that need, I should just do that. Why did I select you? So, hold, please. I'm sorry for stalling. It's not intentional, but I'd rather get that out of the way, and then I can just be all in, focused on C6 for a minute here. It's not purposeful stalling. It's bodily stalling. Blame the fact that I drank caffeine. It's caffeine's fault, okay? I am back. I also wish to inform you this is actually all pre-recorded, and I just made you wait for no reason at all. No, it's not pre-recorded. Why the hell would I do that? All right. Start. Bam. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Yep.
Care for the dance.
Should have never bursted first. That actually might cause an energy problem on it. Never.
Done yet.
Okay. Yeah, that Dia burst lasted a lot longer. And yep, I did not have energy on it. Okay, you know what? We're gonna redo just so I had F burst first, because that does kind of matter, in my opinion.
Care for the dance. Dance with me. The show's only just beginning. Not done yet.
Not an ideal grouping situation, but it's fine. Yeah, she lasts a lot longer. It's weird. I forgot the first one. Just to get energy. I thought swap. Ow.
Dance with me.
Did I forget the Furina skill? I think I did. Okay. Wow. Good initial tests. Good tests where I forget to skill on Furina. How fast was it before? I could get like the fastest clears I think I got were in like the 55-ish second range. Oh
Care
boy.
for the dance. Dance
And
with me.
those are the clears where I usually press Furina's skill, I will say.
Not done yet.
It's so weird. Her burst lasting so much longer. It feels wrong almost.
Care for the dance.
It doesn't feel bad, it just feels wrong.
The show's only just begun. Not done yet.
Why'd I do that? That was really dumb. Wow, that was worse than my best clears before. Anyway, it seems C6 seems harder to play. My vibe right now on initial impression with this team is that with the Furina team, it rotates more cleanly. Like I think the Ino team is going to become meaningfully worse with C6 because I think it pushes Dia to like normal 20-second rotation things.
Care for the dance.
But it does feel like Dia is doing a lot more, which is kind of that's weird, right?
Be a good arm. Not done yet.
Swap back, please. I've been gotten so used to her without this extension on the duration. It's just weird. And it's worth mentioning, if you need a slower burst for whatever reason on a gameplay level, you can still do that. You can just end the burst early, but it's something you'd have to like get a proper feel for, right? So ultimately, like, the clear times not being better here doesn't mean we're really doing less damage. It's just the nature of this Abyss Chamber and like this constant multi-wave situation of a ton of new enemies spawning, right? What? Oh my god, no, I refuse to waste that burst. Furina burst, I never see the goons appear on screen, and am I doing something wrong? What do you mean? Like, oh, like on the edge of the screen? It means you're not getting healing for fanfare. Or is it an SFX setting? I don't know. Friendly reminder, you can end punches and do your kick at any time by dash jumping. Wait, it does, like, it does her final kick? I actually never knew that. Get energy. Oh, we're super far away from energy. That's annoying. Get energy. Dash jumping. Did I just learn something new about these? Oh, you're freaking right. What the frick? I literally never knew that. To be clear, I think it was never really particularly relevant pre C6, or does that only work with C6? Right? Right, because before it'd be like, okay, if I want to end her burst early, I just do this, and that ends her burst, but doesn't do the final kick. Right? It's always impossible. Yeah, I feel like I probably knew it at some point, but it's probably a long time ago. Fake Dehya enjoyer detected, yeah. No, what this means is, you always got something to learn potentially about your character. It's a pretty highly specific thing that I just did not realize you could do. Again, I don't strongly think it's relevant, but yeah, being able to do that dash and end early is pretty significant. Because you could purposely just get a vape at the end and whatever. So yeah, I think there's a meaningfully more nuance to how you play Dehya with C6, that's for sure. She does potentially become a character that might just be harder to play. I did not get her an overload, that was dumb. Alright, let's do this. E, we don't have energy, and that's fine. Tap. You get through those enemies so much faster. Holy. Oh, you know what I should be doing? I definitely should be, because of the fact that I don't need the Chevreuse funnel anymore. So, well, I'm gonna reset this chamber and try to show this. Because I don't need the Chevreuse funnel anymore, I should definitely do Chevreuse E here, because then I can get some like fanfare generated while I'm in like burst animation. Whereas before I was saving Chevreuse E to do like Chevreuse hold E here to get particles funneled to Dehya, right? R5 a weapon on this Chronicle banner if you had about 300 pulls. I mean, I can tell you, if I had 300 extra pulls right now without spending money, I would probably be dumping it into Beacon, yeah. Like, I don't think it makes sense to do that, but I like Dehya enough that I'd be like, F it, I have the extra pulls, screw it. All I'm doing is sacrificing 4 characters. So, anyways. Let me do what I mentioned though, that where I try to like have Chevreuse E going while I'm like doing setup stuff now that I don't need, now that I shouldn't need to care about Dehya E. Or Dehya energy. Alright, and bap. Oh, those died before I even bursted. Yeah, in this team, Dehya C6 feels incredibly stronger. This chamber is far more noticeable than the previous chamber. Can I kill it? Oh, it was so close. That was so... I think I could get down to a 40-second clear in that chamber. Like, that she feels a lot stronger there. The first chamber was weird because of the enemy's situation there with their like higher resistance with stalling phases and whatever. But yeah. So Really, wouldn't you go for level 100 Dia? I mean, I'm going to go for level 100 Dia. That's still what I'm doing. I have 2 Masterless Star Glitter. I'm currently at, what am I at? $32. I'm going for what level 100 Dia. And I like worst case scenario, I'll get level 100 Dia by the selector thing, but I'm impatient and I want it sooner. God, the freaking that was terrible. I'm doing yourself with you. Oh, no, you're fine. Okay. Besides the read, wouldn't you use that pulse to get an extra copy and like do it now with the extra 300? I mean, yeah, that's true. If I had an extra 300 pulls right now, I would, yes, I would get level 100 Dia first and then throw garbage into read. And it's possible it would take 300 pulls. Or no, it's not possible. It's not possible it would take 300 pulls to get 1 extra copy of Dia, right? So was she worth it? I mean, we've only done the very, very initial of my actual testing with C6, and so far, yes. To be clear, if I didn't enjoy playing Dia, then like, well, why would you bother, right? I make fun of Jeff for him saying like Jeff is like, oh, I want to get C6 Dia because she becomes a real character then that I can actually consider using. Like he acts as if she's unusable without C6, right? Which is just not freaking true. And like I don't know, if you're not someone who can enjoy Dia before C6, I don't think you're going to enjoy Dia at C6 unless you're Jeff and because you're so meta pilled that you just, I don't know, like I don't get that mentality is my point. I engage with like the support meta of the game, don't get me wrong. I engage with the meta of the game, just not on like the main DPS level as much. And Dia can be more than usable enough pre-C6 in different kinds of content that this feels like a reward for me to like invest extra resources into a character that I like. And I don't know, like I don't think Jeff going for C6 Dia necessarily makes sense if he can't find a way to like actually fundamentally enjoy her pre-C6. Yeah, if you can't enjoy Dia at her worst, you don't deserve her at her best. Exactly. That's my opinion. I've enjoyed every level of Dia in different ways, one way or another. I think we can afford to do this. This funnel some energy to you. Energy and then burst. I didn't line up the timing of this exactly ideally. I already have this going. I didn't do that. Okay. This wasn't ideal. Okay. With C6 here. Okay, we're gonna reset. With C6 here, I think I can kill it in its down phase. Whereas I definitely don't think pre C6 it was possible to kill it in its down phase. Well, let's optimize that timing a little bit. Frick you. So we didn't kill it in its down phase, but we also got to that sooner, so it wasn't really a worse time. It was just interesting. It's obviously a lot better. And wow, our energy situation is so much better. The C4 I think helps a lot. I didn't really comment on that much before. The C4 I think helps really a lot to mitigate the fact that like Dia doesn't get energy. Actually, wait, is she getting energy refund? No, she should be getting energy refund against this thing. I don't know if she gets energy refund against shields where she's not technically doing damage though. I can't remember. Does her C6 say hit? Or sorry, does her C4 say it gives energy on hit, or does it say energy on damage? I don't remember. Let's try it. Because I'm enjoying actually trying to optimize this enemy. Do the setup early. Might matter actually. Weird. Okay, damn. Okay. I really would have liked to have enough of burst up there, but. Ah, that was okay. That wasn't enough of burst difference. That wasn't enough of burst difference. Ah. It's on hit. Okay, nice. Yeah. So Dia C4 then definitely does help with shield situations, I believe. Which is good. Okay, we're not gonna burst. No, I don't know. I feel like bursting was good, but. Because you do damage to it, right? Please. I will not find it. There we go. Okay. Oh, we still don't have burst. No. No. Why enough? No. Okay. Well, I mean. We don't have Furina burst up. Clearly, this is a level 100 Dia difference. C4 helps fanfare too? Yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier. Clearly, this is a level 100 Dia difference, right, guys? Clearly. Or a level 95 Dia difference. I could do that now. I'm not going to. I want to wait. I think it's more fun to do it all in one. I'm gonna do this early. That did not make sense to do early. Wait until the first song. There we go. Then do this. Then do this. Okay, so again, what's weird is like that was by far the fastest clear. But I got through the shield phase so much faster that I dealt less damage to it during its shield phase. So I didn't kill it by the end of its down phase. But I'm pretty sure that was probably near an optimal clear. So, you know, I don't know. I think I can settle with a 35-second clear. I think that's good enough. That is a lot stronger. That is a lot stronger. But clearly, you know, guys, honestly, I think Jeff is right. Like, clearly, Dia is only usable with C6. Like, I have to be able to get 30-second clears. Anything, like, less than 40 seconds is a garbage-ass character that's completely fucking unusable. You're right, Jeff. I'm sorry for your slander that I've given you over the years. You are definitely correct. Dia is completely unusable without C6. That's the lesson learned today. Anyways, yes, Dia C6 is a very noticeable upgrade. Who knew? And it feels very worthwhile to me. No, I don't think it was necessary, but I like having it. Well, what was that? I think I accidentally bonked my can against my teeth. Like very lightly, like that. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. I still don't know who Zajef is. It's a here, I'll show you what a Zajef is. I conveniently have the Reddit thing open, so I don't even, this is what a Zajef is. This is a Zajef, like at least a majority of the time. Like this is a Zajef. And then the other time is just he's just Zayak's boyfriend, exactly. To be clear, I'm just as much of a nerd as Zajef, but I'm just making fun of spreadsheet impact mostly. New craftable bow on Sethos. I had not even given it a second of thought. It's probably worse than slingshot, but if you're doing like you could do full EM like Hyper Bloom Sethos. And that weapon, does it give attack percent or does it give EM? I don't remember. It increases like if you're doing Sethos and Nefa, I think it's like I don't know. It should be okay. It should be interesting, but probably worse than slingshot. Anyways, let's try. Oh no, that's not. No, we need you. Am I blind? No, she's level 60. Yeah, I am blind. Okay, and we can play Furina. Furina Wania. That is. There we go. OMG, a wild Zajef. Wait, is Zajef here? Oh, no, I get it. No, I get what you're coming to. Sorry, I'm stupid. I would have felt a little bit rude. I feel more self-conscious if Zajef was here about making fun of him so much. It's much easier to make fun of people when they're not in your presence. So if he was here, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, Zajef, I didn't mean it. You did jump scare me. You did jump scare me. I was like, oh shit, I feel like I have to apologize. Like, I like Zajef's content. If he didn't make his content, I probably wouldn't have gotten into the things I enjoy. I wouldn't have figured out the things I enjoy about Genshin. Like, Zajef is what made me... Zajef made me enjoy Genshin, and then Zajef made me hate Zajef. It's just the way life goes. Zajef is never online at a time like this. I'm gonna give a, there's a good chance he might be playing League. No, you're correct. He is away on Discord. Never mind. You're correct. Okay. But I see him randomly playing League at completely random times in the day. Anyways. I was talking a little about Dia and his Chronicle Wish banner earlier today. Nice. Alright.
Dance with me.
Why? Brain? Okay, well that's gonna apply too much pyro. Yeah, we're not gonna get vaporized. I mean, we're not gonna get vaporized in this lady anyway, so it doesn't matter that much, I think. I really needed to... Okay, I really need to make sure I get energy to a Nefa. I think I really... With Dia C6 lasting longer, I think, want to make sure I do, like, Ino before Dia. So... That means doing a Nefa burst consistently before Ino.
Care for the dance. Dance with me.
First rotation setup is just a little bit different. Or should have before, but not in the habit still. Okay. Is the elevator alive? I don't know.
Care for the dance. Dance with me.
Wait for this. This feels a lot better. I was hoping to kill that wall. focus on it, honestly. Stun this. Okay, good. This. Yeah. We just kill it through this. I mean, honestly, the clear time wasn't really... It was the same. But it feels much better. And that's kind of funny. So, I don't know. I don't think we need to redo that. I could optimize that down and see how close I could get it to Furina. But it was the same... So Furina was the same exact circumstance, right? Where Furina was getting the same clear times despite it feeling a lot better. So, hello, Claire. Chevreuse only there for attack buff. I mean, in the Furina variant, you kind of really want Chevreuse. Something I should probably check, actually, now that I have C6 with its energy refunding, is a big part of the value... Actually, maybe we should have checked this with C4, but whatever. A big part of the value of Chevreuse there is the energy for Dehya. But now I think it's going to be the big part of the energy is going to be the energy for actually... Because Bennett doesn't use Fab, right? But the energy for... I mean, Bennett can use Fab. Now that I think about it. I don't know. Maybe that's what we're trying. Anyways, sorry. We're getting into nuances that I want to finish testing the teams I tested before to compare. But my brain is just like distracted on thinking of things now. And I completely forgot what I was just talking about. Oh yeah, Chevreuse. So Chevreuse, you're not getting the Red Shred because she's not a full Hydro Pyro team, but you're getting damage bonus, and Dehya's damage being that she has dual scaling damage. She scales, generally speaking, my experience is meaningfully better with just stacking damage bonus than just going too much into attack. And there's a good amount of, attack buffs in the team, but yeah, the Ino team is a little bit weird because there's a lot more EM buffs, and she's not always triggering reactions, but she is triggering a very good amount of reactions with overloads and enough vaporizes that EM does something really valuable for her. Like, I found EM timepiece to be better on Dehya in that team, even with Ino and all the EM buffing there. So, I don't know. It's interesting, is my point. I'm going to have to test, I guess, Bennett versus Chevreuse there again now that I have C6 because of the energy situation. But I think the energy value for Anefa still probably is going to make Chevreuse feel better there to play than otherwise. And also it frees up Bennett for the other team. And I know frees up Furina for another team. Hence, hey, I can play this team. Yes, and Chevreuse, God frick you! And Chevreuse buff applying to Anefa matters too. Which also, remember, Chevreuse buff applying to Anefa gives Anefa more attack, which makes Anefa get more EM for herself and for Dehya, right? So Chevreuse buffing Anefa attack is also buffing Dehya. It like double dips in the buffing value by being a team-wide attack buff. And like, if Columbina's a team-wide attack buffer, she's gonna frickin' take that team. It's like, I already think it's probably Dehya's best team, right? Oh my god, I think that's a thing. I already think it's probably Dehya's best team with Furina. If Columbina ends up being some mix of like, especially a team-wide attack buffer, but maybe something like I'm thinking where she's like a team-wide attack buffer plus EM buffer, like just Columbina, just alone Columbina like in her kit on top of enabling the Nogcry artifact set buffs the same way Ino does, right? Yeah, you're freaking butthole. You just pushed me outside of the buff range. Columbina like giving like the same 40% team-wide attack that Chevreuse gives, and then giving like 200 EM, like that doesn't seem like that much, but just that alone plus like applying as much Hydro as Ino would, like that's gonna make Columbina probably significantly better than Furina, I'd assume, but not like wildly better. So anyways, you see Nefer's on par with Muika V1. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. She's gonna get nerfed, by the way. Like based on what we saw with Flynn's, I don't know. Maybe they just hate men. If Nefer doesn't, if Flynn's damage got brought down lower, because like Flynn's damage being brought down lower, I think was a good thing for balance of the game, and also a good thing for presumably Columbine is gonna uplift his teams a lot, right? Like that was a good sign. I assume the same will happen to Nefer, unless they just literally hate men. Unless Oilfish just hates men. Like I expect Nefer nerfs, let's be real. The only thing that's weird is if they nerf Nefer too much, there is the possibility that Nefer Hyperbloom becomes better than Nefer Hypercarry. before Columbine is released, but that's probably not going to happen. Probably. and it's also actually no, it's not even going to happen because she scales. Nefer's, no matter what they change, Nefer scales too well with extra investment. Like Hyperbloom has a heavy limit on how well it can scale. So like Hyperbloom compares much more favorably to crit DPSing when you assume KQM level investment. But if you assume I'm going to spend 10,000 more resin to get 5 extra substats investment, never pulls ahead, right? So like it'll be fine. Anyways, no, I probably don't recommend pulling weapon banner in general. It's always risky business. Anyways, no energy to start here. Oh well. We have the energy at least. Get burst on you? Yeah, I think that's good. Alright. Oh, one of them teleport away, didn't it? Oh no, they didn't. Nice. Well, not an ideal start because we didn't have energy, but we might... Man, we killed 2 waves of enemies with 1 rotation-ish. That's crazy. Okay, I thought Dehya C6 would be a more noticeable upgrade for Furina, but she feels like an equivalent level of upgrade for Furina as she does with Ino. Like it's just noticeable across the board. Two of these are almost dead. Oh, that was in range of the Hydra, so it took a little longer. There you go. Wayne. By the way, it's worth mentioning that 901 clear on my first attempt with Arlecchino C1 with Ino. So Arlecchino C1, Ino, Anefa, Bennett got 907. And that was... Wait, was it 907? Yeah, I think it was 907. And that was with me doing a reset to get a better clear. So... that is to say, like... You know, my vibe earlier wherein I said I think Dehya C6 is equivalent, if I'm trying to like remove some of my bias, that Dehya C6 is equivalent of value to an Arlecchino C0. Am I wrong? Prepare for Duck Duck. Did I ever send that clip to Zadap? No, I forgot. Sorry. We're gonna reset because I wanna do a little bit more here. She's better than everyone? True. If we add in my bias, yeah, that's true. No, you actual butthole. You just lost me 20 seconds. Her other passive, yes, Shivers, as long as you trigger an overload, so, here. Overload triggered. You see Shivers has a little bullet icon to her left. That means you have an overcharged ball in her skill, and that means when you do her hold E, you get the attack buff for the team. So it's 40% attack for the whole team after you do that. And every time you do her skill, you have to have an overload triggered. But after you do the first overload setup in this team, you get overloads that are like being triggered when you're on fielding, or well, you just have overloads being triggered. So you just never have to do you just have to think about the initial setup in this team. But sometimes in general, you do have to think about how often you're triggering overload with Chevreuse. But yeah, we get the 40% team-wide attack, and then once we do our hold E, that also starts the C6 buff, which is given based on the healing ticks happening every couple seconds. So, wrap. Don't do teleport. Oh, I didn't burst on enough this time, which definitely I think matters. It so much more smoothly clears those. That's crazy. Alright. Okay, duck duck. Man, Idol feels really good to play in this team. Yeah, pretty good. I had to once I realized that QE on Ino works so much better than EQ. I know went from like feeling a little bit clunky to feeling really good to play. God, frick. Okay. How do I solve that? I think I try to Bennett. I think I did Furina E, funnel Fav to Bennett, Bennett Q, switch to Furina, get burst in. I think that would work. I don't think I would get the shield without. I mean, I could brute force that, by the way. I don't think I have to reset there, mind you. But we get to play more Dia. Doesn't matter, right? I also forgot to connect the burst again. Bruh. C0, I know, keep up with Arlecchino's Pyro app? Yep. It's basically the same situation as like C6 Candace, but I'd say better. Like I think there might be a little bit of issues. Like you have to play a little bit well. You don't want to. I think if you, I don't know. I haven't tested the full nuance of it. If you can just like normal attack spam brain off, like a lot of people like to do in Arlecchino. Like C2 might be desirable, maybe on some level. Is my point. But yeah, is building I know worth it. I mean, she's good enough that I'm considering taking her past level 70, just for like, just for the sole reason of the fact that she contributes minorly to the lunar charge reaction damage calculation, even though it's a relatively minor component of the team damage. But like, a level 40 I-know would perform the same here as a level 90 I-know for the most part. Like, it's a very min-maxy thing to do. Ultimately, getting C1, C2 I-know would be more impactful than level 90 I-know, for example, in this team. So like investment resource wise, especially if I-know is going to be replaced for you in the future by Columbina, don't invest a bunch into her, but like she's really low investment, like and that's part of what makes her good in my opinion. Alright, let's funnel particle properly this time. Bap, 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 bap. Okay, here we go. You teleported, didn't you? No, you didn't. For some reason I thought it was on the teleport when I was doing that animation. Okay. I didn't burst on I-know. I was like, why are we getting so little damage? You do need to burst on the character. I-know is a worse character if she's not applying Hydro, guys. Just an FYI. Zajef is correct about I-know if you don't press her Q. Just a quick FYI. In case you didn't know. That's what I was demonstrating. It was on purpose. I needed to funnel those particles too, apparently. Let's try what I did in the first time. Let's do the you. Do you. Do you. I didn't do DAE. God. Oh, brain. Oh, brain. Okay. It's fine. Why did I not? Oh my lordy. Whatever. I know burst is not going to last through this because of how I set that up, but maybe it won't matter. It didn't matter. Alright, sick. How I consider this a pretty low investment team. For those investment in this team, Dia, well, like Dia is C6, mind you. I think it's pretty impressive that Dia is getting like 90k base, but sorry, I was trying to some optimization there to so you can try to like optimize switching between targets with Dia to like theoretically get a little bit more reactions out by playing around with the time rule, but I don't think that actually had an effect there and probably was actually bad. Anyways. It says I-know and Columbina aren't good together. No, they might be good together, yeah. It's just that having an X, I think I-know and Columbina might be more valuable to have as separate enablers for two different teams. So you can play, you know, Flynn's and Anefa Sorry, not Flint and Nefer. Flynn's. Let's say you're playing Flynn's and Nefer, right? You want to do Flynn's on one side, Nefer on one side. You want a Nod Cry Hydra unit to pair with them to enable more diverse, for flexible team options for their teams. Well, that's Ino and Columbina, presumably. But assuming Columbina's kit is, you know, Ino Pro Max. Oh, I did it barely. Oh boy. That was a little close. No, I didn't do much there. Oops. I don't have to do that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it. Okay, we're fine. I don't. Yeah, I am not in a I don't have to do that again mood. I'd be more than down to continue playing D&D, but I do have videos to work on. I mean, this is probably going to become an edited video, by the way. That's part of why I didn't put the chat on screen. It took up too much of the screen. Wretched bastard. By the way, both Furina and Farazon are on tenacity right now. That isn't because I was trying to power down the team. That is just because I was playing, please. That is because I was playing Lanyon, Ino, and Nefa Farazon together. And in that team context, I figured Farazon on tenacity made sense. Why did I go into the frickin' healing mode by accident? Okay. Do 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 do. Maybe shouldn't have skilled there, but let's see if it matters. Alright, gonna do that, do this, gonna do this. Oh, I overtook the pyro. That is not ideal. We should redo that. I know it's still usable without Nogcry units. I mean, what kind of player are you? Because, like, on an endgame level, on an endgame combat team building level, no, probably. But in some ways, yes. And the reason I feel that way is because, like, the difference between one Hydro extra 2 seconds and one Hydro every 3 seconds isn't as big when so many character kits are designed in ways where it's just like, want character of insert element here that does off-field here that can buff a little bit, and if they fulfill those 3 conditions, the exact difference between the amount of Hydra application you get might be a relatively minor difference. Or on like a really low investment, like say you're a new, like an AR30 player, right? I'm an AR30 player. Should I build Ino? You don't even need to necessarily build her, but like just Ino plus freaking I don't know, Dendro Traveler, right, is going to be, because of how simple it is to just be able to get the burst up on Ino. Even if you're only applying Hydro every freaking 3 seconds, just having some Hydro that doesn't require normal attacks, doesn't require the investment that Xingqiu has, right? Yada yada, and doesn't require normal attacks, whatever. Blah 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 blah. Like, so yes, but no at the same time, is my opinion. Do 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 do. Not an ideal setup, I'd say. Fine. Okay, that's pretty decent. the fact that we were going through the shield like kind of overly slowly. That was not fundamentally different from like the pacing that Furina went at, right? Where we almost got it dead before it or after the shield phase or whatever. So yeah, it is I would say just as noticeable of an increase as it was with Furina, and I kind of expected it to be more of an obvious increase with Furina. Or more, not more of an obvious. It was an obvious increase. That's the wrong word. More, just I expected it to be like this Furina giving 100%. Oh boy, Furina giving 100% damage bonus. I expected. I didn't get a fusion. I expected to scale up the value of having more multiplier damage. Right. That's all. By the way, normally it goes into the. And you're gonna run for that face right now. I think. You are. This probably would make sense to do then. Oh boy. We'll see. This is pretty weird. Can we kill on the down phase? Not quite. That was weird. It was simultaneously a good thing that it stalled out the first phase, and also didn't matter. Back please. Anyways. On average, how much does DSC4 cut down our ER needs? I mean, it's going to depend on, well, yeah, it's going to depend on the team, ultimately. Like, it just depends on how many energy particles you currently get. If you want me to give you a vibe-based estimate without any numbers to directly back it up as an example, I would probably say in the neighborhood of like 40%. But that might be a little bit of an overestimate. And it's really just going to depend on the team. Because it's going to be more valuable, I think, the heavier energy needs the team has, generally speaking. And speaking of, we should move on to those teams. So anyways, the Overvape teams, yeah, gained a very obvious value. So now, let's go use this attack timepiece. And let's do Dehya first. This one I'm very interested to see how the dynamic changes here. Con is my NF at C0. She's C0 on Skyward Spine.
Care for the dance.
She's on a 4-piece Gilded Dreams build with triple attack percent.
The show's only just begun.
I'm just forgetting to Anefa E because I've been playing Anefa Dehya so much that I just have stopped Anefa E a lot. Like I should Anefa E in this team. There's no reason not to. It is nice to have shield.
Journey ends here. Sacrifice is ready.
I wonder if anyone watching the VOD is going to see me play like the Florin team, be like, your Florin team gets like faster clear times than Dehya did with C6. And I'm going to be like, well, I hope you realize, oops, I should be doing chargebacks. I hope you realize that Furina is C2, Shalonen is C2, and my Florin's build is very good, and the team is kind of really ideal for that situation. I'm not saying the constellations are necessary to make that team work, but like, I wouldn't really directly compare the teams. know, if you want to use it as a reason not to get DOC6, that's fine. Alright, this is... wow. How many non-crits am I going to hit? Wow. Okay. So, I think Yai skill did end there. Interesting. So like here, obviously I could have Yai bursted, but I didn't have energy. Which is an oopsie. I mean, the team is a lot stronger. If I save Yai burst for the way up, I might be able to use it, but... wow. Yeah, the dynamic... So the assumption is correct at a baseline where it makes the team dynamic more incentivized a little bit towards on-fielding Dehya more. That's cool. How much that is necessary, per se? I don't know. Really? Versus I don't know. Like, so the weird thing is, like, I cleared fast enough there that I didn't get a good vibe for, like, over multiple rotations how using Yai's burst is gonna go, because that's the main nuance to figure out there. Because using Yai burst and doing her ease again takes a while, and I think Dehya C6 seems like it is going to cause some downtime in her skills there. But just with that one chamber there, couldn't really get a strong vibe of that. It definitely changes the dynamic a little bit. But again, I can end Dehya burst early and do the dash jump, right? D4 energy gain work with extra attacks from C6? Yes. Yes, it does. But you also lose energy particles by having less uptime on the skill. I wanted to burst there. So I successfully did not burst, and I also did not Eons on. Perfect. 10 out of 10 gameplay on my part. Right. What? I didn't have... ah, my skill cooldown. No! Oh, I barely got it before her Night Soul ran out. That was so funny. Holy. Alright, yeah, you don't go first. Imagine we had a test dummy? Yeah, this stream could have been over in 2 minutes. No, I probably still would have done it in practice testing. Test dummies would be useful, but I still think in practice testing is very important. And this would probably kill. Wing. Try to beat Stygian Dire rank with Dehya Yai. Honestly, this team probably would be... I don't know if it has the DPS potential for... I have no idea what its DPS is. I'd have to go, like... try to measure it. I'd have to go, like, look at a video clip, for example, of trying to optimize how well I do against the chicken there, or the well, no, the hamster's terrible. The chicken would be a better example. But like if I go like try to measure out what my DPS is against the chicken, okay, I reached this DPS threshold with an optimized clear against the chicken. I can extrapolate that out to Stygian with like the Aeon Blight Drake, and because the Aeon Blight Drake wants 2 elements of damage, and having like automatic damage that will happen to it will also probably be valuable. So I don't know. Can Dehya Yai clear dire difficulty now that I have Dehya C6? Maybe. But I hadn't level 100 Dehya yet. I don't have 3 Fortuna, so I cannot. Wait. By the way, you notice I'm getting like 33,343 on my attacks for my Chlorinde. I kind of wish that was 33. My brain is like, it's so close to perfect. It's so close to 33,333, but it's not. And it's simultaneously a satisfying looking number and a horrible looking number. Anyways. C6 Dehya making me want to make bad financial decisions and swipe. I hope nobody feels like you should spend money for this. I feel much more satisfied the fact that I was able to get C6 Dehya without spending money. I generally speaking only regret my decisions to do stupid high investment things when it involves spending money. So when I made my decisions to do high investment things that are inefficient decisions resource wise, but are something I choose to, it's not top up shop time, you know, I like it more. But see Lolly Furina Xylo combo? No, I should maybe try that, but we gotta finish with this quick and then we'll try the melt team too. Oh good, I have no energy anyway. I didn't think about that factor. I get, no, we're not gonna reset because it's the second side, whatever. Also, I didn't reset Yai skill before doing that. Wow, I'm just being all kinds of dumb, by the way. It's fine. I suppose. Alright, do this. Alright, we got the burst up. Alright, bam. Oh, what do we need to do? An overload? Okay, it was a 70 guy skill. Jesus. I wonder if I can optimize this down and kill it in its down phase with the team now. I might be able to. I certainly didn't have an optimal start, that's for sure. But yeah, this team is a lot stronger with C6. It's just a different balance for figuring out how to use Yai's burst properly. It does do what I kind of thought. It makes it feel like it has less of a focus on Yai in a way that makes it very possible that other Electro units might be better than her. Like, I don't want to do it, but I should probably test Fischl instead of Yai. Now that I have C6. Like, I can tell you C2 pre-C6 Dehya, pre-C6 Dehya, Yai C2 was better than Fischl. Post C6 Dehya, there is a possibility that Fischl is better than Yai. I do not know why you misheard that, CC. Praise Dehya, afraid I missed out on most of the testing. All good, truce. The VOD will be on YouTube and on Twitch for whatever temporary period that Twitch lets VODs be up for. I don't remember, whatever. I think it's like 14 days is what I can let them be up for, is what I have set. So, okay. Could I need to use Eat Llama with Ignara? Yeah, you can. Okay. Will I pull for Flynn's? On pull arms only, yeah. We'll be going hard in for Flynn's on pull arms only. Okay. Let's test the melt team. And then we will test the melt team, and then we will do whatever you guys want to see. I know someone said what Llama Burgeon you wanted to see. What was on the list? I remember Llama Burgeon, Llama Dehya, and someone just said something before. What was it? It was C-Lolly Furina Xylonin. C-Lolly Xylo Dehya Furina. Okay. Llama Dehya, we'll have to figure out what we want for the exact team, but anyways. Hype train, I still don't know exactly what triggers those. Probably just people subscribing. Converted a prime sub to a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Vile. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your tier 1 sub. And I really need to go and add emotes. Kip actually made some emotes for me. I keep forgetting to go put them on. They're not that hard. Kip went to the effort of doing them, and I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I'm such a terrible streamer. My brain is not inclined doing all the streamer things, especially on Twitch with all the emote culture. I just yap, man. I just yap. Anywho's, same shake we didn't do in the whole time on the first side. Bap. Llama with a Kaniche team. I plan on doing Llama with a Kaniche team, but not with Dia. well, with support Dia, I guess that could work perfectly fine. But not with right now. We're not gonna get distracted doing a bunch of Llama testing. Today is Dia testing day. I might though after this stream, I might record a Llama video to get up tomorrow. It's either gonna be Ino video tomorrow or Llama video tomorrow. So you can expect to see that though, most likely, unless I just find it to be shit. Then I guess I won't.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Dia, Furina, Mona, Jean,
The
Shalona.
show's only just begun.
I will consider it for a chamber. I am big hater of Mona and Dia. Like, I recorded footage. So for the Ino video, I recorded footage of comparing to Mona. And I don't know if I'm gonna put it in the video. I might just put it as text on top of the screen, where it'd be like, yes, I know that Mona exists for Ino, and you might expect that Mona is better than Ino C0 for Dia. I tested it and compared it. I have a Mona build that works well. It's so much worse. I am a big hater of Mona Dia. I cannot get it to feel good. So I don't like Mona with Dia. The only time I've ever really found Mona feels good to play, I think, is with Skirk, personally. And she's still not my preferred Skirk teammate, though. So, I don't know. And I'm pretty sure C6 making Dia last longer is going to make Mona Dia even more... Ugh. But... I don't know. Can I do... Am I allowed to do Ino instead of Furina? Oh, sorry. Ino instead of Mona? Then that doesn't even make sense, really. We're not even getting any value from Ino. Well, we're getting 60 EM, but that's not really... So... I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta activate C2 Sleep Always still, as well, right? So... We gotta... do other things, but we'll see how it does after I'll do the other two teams we suggested. But by that point, maybe I'll have to hold off. God frick you! Alright. Goose is on the loose. Should stay here. Wait for the butthole. Probably burst on Bennett again, but we're just gonna wait it out. I don't care. This is enemy that is just not interesting to fight with this team. I can just wait it out. What, bro? Are you actually serious? Thank you. Okay. I hope I have to funnel less with C6 now. Right. 1 mil. 2 mil. 3 mil. 4 melt. Oh, 5 melt. 6 melt. We got 6 melts on the first attempt. Crazy. I think I really should have. Yeah, my bad there. Okay. What am I doing? I think people should be coming back. 1 melt. 2 melt. 3 melt. Yeah, wait, we're checked. Okay. I thought I could tell by the pacing of the timing of things. 6 melt though. 6 melt. Oh, I just got a notification from PayPal. I'm not gonna say your name, but thank you, whoever you just were, for the $10 Ko-Fi donation. Because that does not Twitch. You get nothing in return for it, unlike where you get something in return on like Twitch or whatever. But you ensure that all of the money goes to me, essentially. So I appreciate that. You know who we are. Thank you. The $10 to celebrate the 6 melt. Crazy. We didn't... I don't think we got a melt, though, on... So 7 melt theoretically might be doable, which would be the final hit of Dia's burst. Or, sorry, the final, like, plunging dive. And it might even make sense to, like, end Dia's burst early to get a melt on that hit, because it's a higher scaling. But probably not that big a deal. What would be more important is if I could optimize the gameplay to a level of getting 6 melts consistently. Oh, it doesn't show the message. Oh, I can go. Was it you, Val? I can go check your message. I don't have integration. Because again, I told you, I'm a terrible streamer. I'm a terrible streamer. And I haven't like I haven't like done all the obvious things. But let me open up Ko-Fi. Oh, I have to log in on my computer. Hold please. Log in. Alright. I still laugh every time you try to pronounce my name. Also, do you think C6 Dehya does anything new for Emily teams? Oh boy, we're gonna. Oh man, I need to record another video, guys. You keep on being like, I mean, that's fair. I should. We'll look at it in a second. Dehya Emily, I'll jot it down. Does she do anything new? I don't know if it'll be new. It'll just be maybe like stronger. Like as far as Mono Pyro Dehya goes, I don't know why I didn't think of using Emily before. like Dehya, C6 Dehya Emily, right? We could try that. It's basically just gonna be Mono Pyro Dehya, but probably I like it more because I like Emily. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, my brain definitely reads V-I-L-E. It's not, but I know it's V. As soon as I look closer, it's V-L-I-E. But no, you're vile. Sorry, forever and always. Anywho's, Dehya did 1.357k damage on that 6-mount rotation. I assume like that you mean like 1 point, how much? So she did 1.357 million, or one. I assume it was more than 137. Yeah, it had to be 1.357 million. You summed up the hits. Nice. Okay, so divide that by 20-second rotation. Dehya's DPS alone was 67k then. If she did in the 6-mount rotation, because this was C1C Lolly, which helps. Like I want to be clear. But that means Dehya's damage alone, not counting Escofia's damage, is about 70k DPS with a 6-mount, which is not insane. It's definitely not. Like I think that team is worse than the Overvape team. So yeah, it's Dutch, so it's even worse. Perfect. ABC6 Dehya Emily, yeah. Use the slow attack burst so you might get more cryo. Yeah, that's I think one of the things you could do. Like I think what it takes, because I think it's too hard to consistently get the timing of like when you start C Lolly or Escoffier to line up with exactly when you're doing Dehya's Pyro applications. So I think the thing that you can get used to doing to try to get 6 mounts consistently is if you get really used to and aware of, because I could tell initially compared to when I got the 6 melts, I could tell right away with how the cryo application was timing relative to when Dehya was triggering melt, that Dehya was going to outpace it, right? So recognizing when that's going to happen, if I can already recognize that now without this much experience in the team, I could recognize when that's happening and be like, okay, I need to slow down now. And then that should give some hope. The idea is that it would give extra time for cryo to apply, that I could hopefully ensure at least, if not consistent 6 melts, consistent 5 melts kind of thing, right? So, anyways, downside I'm guaranteed Llama. I'm on soft pity, but I'm not guaranteed Tignari's weapon. Llama or Tignari's signature be more important for Tignari? That's actually a good question. I feel like someone said Tignari's signature more important, but I don't know. The slingshot is really good on him. Not as like good on him as it is on Sathos, but it's still really good on him. I kind of feel like Llama might be better for him, but you're restricted to like doing Bloom teams with Tignari then, right? Anyways, let's go on. Yeah, best of luck in pitching all the things you want. Hopefully you can be as lucky as I was, where... Yeah, like right, I went into the C6 Dehya banner being like, hey, I got less than 200 pulls. I want 2 copies of Dehya, and it'd be cool if I could get Llama 2. And then the game was like, okay, here you go, have 2 Dehyas and also have 2 Llamas too. Why not? I was like, okay. It's like I didn't need that luck. I really didn't need to be that lucky. Like I'll take the free Llama. It'll be enjoyable to have more healing. But at the same time, it's like okay. Appreciate it, I guess. So it's like my winning a 50-50 on Llama and winning 2 50-50s on Dehya was already unrealistic enough, right? So that happening and LOL, here's another llama. And both llamas were technically early too, which is another layer of funniness. That was technically a double early 5-star pull. Just so stupid.
Into the shadows.
Anyways, gosh, I got phlegm in my throat. Been talking too much. My sickness has been much better lately. So I don't know what I had. Like I don't know if it was just some weird variant of COVID, because I've heard COVID gives people like really long, like weird, like long-term cold symptoms. I've never had a cold like this that gave me like this much random mucus. Like I felt perfectly fine the last 3 weeks, but then just like would have to blow my nose constantly. The last like week-ish, I have had to barely blow my nose, but then I still have like random buildup of crap. So I was like I can still tell it's like getting better and it's going away. But it's just weird how long it's lasting and how like it doesn't affect me at all, other than being like annoying to have to blow my nose. It's weird. It's such a weird sickness. Anyways. Apparently, maybe the sickness is what gave me the luck, because the sickness started last version when I got lucky with Sethos and whatever. So, the reason I say lucky in quotes is because, I don't know, the Anefa, I appreciate that. Yeah, the things weren't necessarily all that needed, but Escofia, you can get to this, right? Please? Escofia! Barely. She's on the loose. Another pyro-resistant enemy. It's worth mentioning, you know, this abyss. Like, I'm not trying to compare clear time with the in the second side, right? So we're just getting focused on like the enemies we can actually. Oh, wow, that transitioned really well. We're focusing on the enemies we can actually do something with, right? But all right, about no burst. It's fine. Center should go away in a second here. 1 melt. 2 melt. 3 melt. 4 melt. Oh, 5 melt. 6 melt. Oh, we landed all melts. We holy crap. Why does it seem like it works so much better now? I swear to you, I tried this team a bunch with like a DOZ3, and it just never ever felt like it got sustained melts. Why is it working so much better now? Like, I'm getting so many more melts than I feel like I got in the past when I tested it. And I don't think there's anything that should be affected. Like, it's not like we're attacking at a different rate. It's just streamer luck, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm just playing well. Maybe the next day I'll play terribly and it'll just be I'll get 3 melts forever. I don't know. It's making this team much better and, like, more recommendable without having, like, C-Lolly C1, right? That's crazy. It's crazy, all them melts. Here. Three, 4. So funny. 19 in COVID-19 stands for 19 5-stars. Yeah, exactly. I do kind of feel like Escoffier to help, like, Dehya energy needs to still not 0 in this team. But I believe I've had, wait, did I switch her to ER timepiece? That was bad. I don't remember if I did. Oh, we're going to, we need to get energy then. Well, this is not going to be an ideal energy situation. Oh, you're at the worst model to use. Alright, we have energy, we're good. Yep. Take it here. 2 melt. 2 melts. 3 melts. 4 melts. Oh, 5 melts. Oh my god, we got them all again. Holy. Like, I'm not really trying to do anything in particular, right? It just seems to be I'm getting melts much more consistently. And I didn't there, but I think that's because I bundled with whatever. It's fine. I refuse to do your pillars. Quick your pillars. Quick your pillars. There we go. The C6 already? Yeah. 359k on C Lolly? Yeah, she does that sometimes. She has like 7% crit rate, but you know, when she do crit, she crit. C Lolly actually has big scaling with her passive on her burst, but it's really hard to get her to be built for damage and be able to burst consistently, so like you just normally don't see damage on her. You get like normally C Lolly is getting like 100k, right? But she's not critting kind of thing. So anyways, so yeah. But she also has attack scaling damage, by the way. Don't forget. Like she has 1000% attack scaling and the EM scaling. So like when you do Bennett into Sweet Lolly to get like your melt for your scroll buff, you do a burst on her. Yeah. So anyways. And yeah, the signature weapon did buff her a little bit, but C1 doesn't actually buff her at all, so if you're using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, that probably would have been like a 250k hit, right? But 12% crit rate, let's go. Oh, that she had 25% crit rate, I think, with the crit buffs in the Abyss going on here. Don't forget about that. And also 100% crit damage, so. But it's nothing compared. I actually have like a Frick ER go all into crit build. Because I have, I have like this circlet and then, you know, pieces that have more crit on them. I've used it before, but it's something I use for silliness with Sackfrag Seat Lolly to get her to crit more consistently. Just for fun, but anyways. So yeah, was that an EM type piece? No, that was ER. Okay, that's what I thought. Or no, that was attack. Oh, frick. Okay. Interesting. I forgot I had attack time piece on her. I should have switched to... So, that's notable, by the way. Like, I didn't have that many energy issues. Like, I felt like with C4, I still had to do... I still felt like ER type piece made sense. But C6, with some extra funneling, like, it was awkward at some points there, but that explains why it was awkward. Like, the ER type piece would have made it trivial. And being that I was getting 6 melts, I almost assure you that EM type piece would have been higher. So that, like... What, with a 67k DPS before? Probably could be closer to like 75k plus, which is interesting. But I don't need to do another run through just for that right now. It should be better, I think. It's a tiny bit less ER, but yeah, I don't know, that's interesting. So yeah, that team has gone from that, like, without having activated C2 Lolly here, right? The melt team has gone from... I don't really think this is super worth playing very often unless I really need the combination of elements for a particular, like, you know, enemy mechanic requirement. But yeah, and I definitely think I prefer, particularly now with C6 Dehya, I prefer Bennett there. Although there is some maybe things to mess around with other buffers as an alternative. But
You want
yeah.
me on your
I don't know.
team?
Do you like the Genshin optimizer? I never see you use it on stream. No, not really. I think it's not a tool that's usually super worth the time to use if you already have if you have the framework to properly know exactly how to configure stuff in the optimizer in order to utilize it properly. You probably have enough of an intuitive framework to just equip your characters and whatever without having to go to the effort of using the optimizer to tell you whether or not one thing is better. And I don't know. I think it's not very friendly software to use, and I feel Genshin Optimizer could be a really good tool if it had the ability to have certain preset things that it optimizes around for different characters. Like imagine if Genshin Optimizer had preset Akasha teams, that kind of thing, where you could go and like click a preset team and then it tries to optimize your build for the full like team DPS of of a particular team. And like they wouldn't possibly be able to add every team to it possible. That's literally impossible. But I'm talking like there could be presets where like they have Arlecchino, you select Arlecchino in the Genshin Optimizer, and there's Arlecchino Overload, Arlecchino Overvape, Arlecchino Melt, right? And there's like specific variants, and like it might not be your specific melt team, but selecting the Arlecchino Melt is probably close enough to like use the Genshin Optimizer, and it would like properly give you a result for that specific team context without having to do a shite ton of manual configuration and know what you're configuring and know what result to look at to know how to use it properly. It's just not worth it 99% of the time is my vibe. But yeah, sometimes it can give you, because we have human brain syndrome, and we get stuck in our own rut of assuming the things we know are the current things we do and are used to are correct. And sometimes they can spit a number out at you that shows the math is like, nope, this is actually better. For my sake, I usually just manually check things. Like, for example, I mentioned before, my Anefa this whole time has been on a triple attack percent build. And that is not just me being a weirdo and liking having maximum attack in order to get more buffing value from Anefa's EM bonus passive, which is based on her attack. It is actually that I went and checked, and this attack circlet is better than my crit damage circlet that I have. Like, very minorly so, but the average damage is a little bit higher for Anefa's own damage. Like, not even the buffing value. It's a little bit higher for Anefa's own damage, and then obviously it makes her buff a little bit more too for Dehya, so it obviously is better. And that's kind of funny. I don't know, right? But I didn't have to go into Genshin Optimizer to do that. I just went and threw the numbers into a simple damage calculator that I use to check those kinds of things. And that's the kind of thing I usually do as far as like comparing artifacts. I don't feel the need to like go into Optimizer for those kinds of simple things. But there is context. Like I probably, like with how much build optimization, I spent hours doing build optimization for Anefa, Dehya, Chevreuse, Furina when I was trying to clear dire mode of the cactus, and I succeeded. But that was a case where I spent so much time build optimizing. What I probably should have done is figure out in game approximately what my ER needs were, and then I could have gone to Optimizer and put in my artifacts and then played around with things in there and saw how the numbers roll out with certain ER thresholds being targeted to figure out what to do. But I didn't do that because I enjoyed more the in-practice experience. So anyways, we have tested all the teams that I wanted to test. You know, obviously there's more to be tested, like more runs to be done to get the true experience of Dehya C6. But if you want the conclusion from me, if you're itching to stop hearing me, I think this was very worth it for me. That is my conclusion. This is a very noticeable upgrade. It uplifts her damage in multiple different teams in a way that I am quite enjoying right now. And I don't think I need to get into like starting to compare like Dehya to Arlecchino. But like from an Abyss context, I can almost assure you I'm going to lean towards playing Dehya more than Arlecchino. From a Stygian Onslaught context, I suspect I will still play and enjoy Arlecchino. Like I don't dislike Arlecchino by any means. I think she's a really, really well-designed character. I like Arlecchino a lot, but they feel quite different to play, I will say. And that's a good thing because it means I want to play both of them. I'm actually going to this team back to this preset so it's easier to select an Abyss. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to put this team actually up here. I like this team, but let's put the teams that I actually use more up here. So yeah, I don't know. Let's go check the teams that people wanted to see that I suggested. You're hyping C6 Dehya as nearly CeeLo and Arlo the other day. Might have understood, but what context is this most true in? I mean, I just, so I mentioned before, if you were, I don't know if you were watching, but like, when I was doing Arlecchino Overvape with Ino, so this was recording for an Ino video. I was doing Arlecchino Overvape with Ino in the Abyss yesterday, and I got a, like, with me trying to get a better clear. So this was like with 2 or 3 retries. Because of enemy grouping RNG. In the first half second chamber, I got a 907 clear. And with Dehya C6, and this is with Arlecchino C1 with a very good build. And So Arlecchino C1 with a very good build with Bennett and Nefa, I know. So Dia Overvape instead, but with Chevreuse instead of Bennett. And I haven't tried with Bennett yet. I probably should try with Bennett. Maybe because Bennett might work better now with Dia C6 compared to Chevreuse. But same team context other than Bennett instead of Chevreuse. And I got it like a 904, right? I think earlier. And I did like a retry to see how I could get, but like how much could I really truly optimize Arlecchino in that chamber versus optimizing Dia? How competitive can they really be to each other? I suspect if my vibe is both of them doing a couple retries just to like factor the enemy movement variance a little bit, Arlecchino C1 is generally going to perform better on a damage level than Dia, but Dia C6 scales her damage now to a level with at least the build that I have available, that she's very competitive just on a damage level, and then she has other things that are very valuable about her, like the fact that she's immortal. So, what context is that most true in? Abyss, probably. I suspect over longer sustained rotation situations in Stygian, that will not be the case. I should see the value of a C1 Arlecchino more. But again, this is my personal vibe for me. Like, I think I will play Dia more than C1 Arlecchino, particularly in Abyss. And will definitely continue trying to use Dia, especially now I have C6 in Stygian Onslaught. And I very much suspect my Dia will be definitely strong enough to, as long as I can meet whatever, as long as I can build a Dia team to meet that actually like does decent damage, that meets the requirements of Stygian, I almost guarantee I can trivially clear Fearless difficulty with Dia from now on. The more interesting question might be if I can continue clearing Dire difficulty with Dia, because I think the previous Dire difficulty clear I did with Dia C3 was a little bit of a one-off because of the Cactus's mechanics, but we'll see. The teams use Shevin that aren't all Pyro Electro. No, you need full overload for the Red Shred buff, and Red Shred buff is great, but in this team context, you get vaporizes, you get the attack percent buff, which also is a buff for Nefa's damage, and also more attack percent for Nefa is more EM buffing for both herself and for Dia, and then Dia also gets the attack percent buff on top of that, so she kind of double dips. And then a really big thing with this, again, this is why I need to like test now that I have the C6 with, you know, full energy refunding potential, but particularly a non-C4 Dia, Chevreuse on Fav reduces Dia's energy needs to literally like 130. Like, it's by far the lowest I've seen Dia be able to have a team that performs really well, and Dia does good damage contribution with lower investment, like a C1. But anyways, I still have the thing open? Let me link it again. If you wanna read through this Reddit post, I'll link it again. Brap. Someone did the numbers work if you want numbers rather than just me yapping about my experience using it at a higher investment level than this person did. This person assumed like C0 Nefa on Contain, C0 Furina on Fav, C6 Chevreuse on Fav, with a Dia C1 on R5 Rain Slasher, and they did Fanfare simulation and everything, and they calc the Dia team. They calc Dia at like 37k personal DPS. Let's see, I can show it. Yeah, they calc Dia at 37k personal DPS, and Nefa's doing 25k, and Furina's doing 16.5k, and then Chevreuse a tiny little bit. And like, this is and to be clear, by the way, they assumed higher substat standards than KQM standards for this calculation, and I think that's sensible. Like, I think if you're someone who's going to seriously consider playing Dia, you can assume when trying to calc things with Dia a little bit higher than KQM standards. I don't know exactly how much higher, but you can see their assumed stats here. But anyways, 82k DPS for a C1 Dia C0 2 5-stars team. Like, yeah, I don't know. I gotta link it in YouTube. Oops. Oh wait, no, I did link it in YouTube. Did I? Let me refresh. Bro, Firefox has just worked. I should not have pressed refresh there. Okay. I don't know if I can. Oops. I don't think I can put it in the YouTube chat anymore because I don't know why, but Firefox is just borked. I have to relaunch Firefox, but I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Sorry, YouTube chat. I literally cannot interact with the chat in YouTube right now. I can see it because I have it open in another window. But anyways, Varka gets the same treatment as Dia. I mean, that'd be a good thing from my book. What if Varka is just Animo Dia? Is that interesting? No. Sorry. I don't think it is. Because I think Animo Dia is kind of what Lanyan is in a sense. So, well, I don't know. Would I like Varka if he's just Lanyan but higher scalings? Maybe. Maybe. So, Varka, Mika, Slay, funny, yeah. So, anywho's, let's go. But yeah, that's my yap. That's my conclusion. I think I do not regret, and I don't even think I'm going to regret going to level 100 on her. I would level 95 now, but I think it's more enjoyable if I go straight to level 100. My dumbass like monkey whale brain being like, the top up reset spray, like you're gonna do them anyway. It's like my stupid ass monkey brain wants to just like do a 99 top up and go to pity on her, right? But no, I gotta earn it. I gotta earn it. I so badly want to. But I also think if I go to pity and I earn it, it's gonna feel satisfying. So I think the payoff or the reward will be worth it, rather than being a filthy money spender. I've gotten away with getting as invested as Dia into Dia as I have without filthy money spending, other than what Welkins whatever contributed, and technically a little bit of money was spent to get Beacon when I did the original Chronicle banner wishing video. But I got really lucky getting Beacon. Like, I probably would have gotten Beacon without spending any money. Like, I think I got it in like 40 pulls or something. So, this was a lucky Dia. Don't get me wrong. It was a lucky Dia, but it wasn't a whale Dia. It was a low self-control Dia, maybe. Yes, that might be a way to describe it, actually. All right, so. Let's try. The first one we can try is Seat Lolly, Shalonen, Dia, Furina. This is a maybe. Okay, this is solo Pyro Dia, right? I'm just gonna put her on ER type piece. I'm just going to assume she needs ER type piece. Okay. I think this is a safe assumption for this team. We have one Vibe on the team, and like we could funnel energy and whatever, right? But we'll assume that. We have 2 units on scroll here too, by the way, but whatever. I'll try to do like Dia, E into you, into you, into you. Yeah, okay. Melt Vape Dia. Yeah, someone suggested they want to see it. And by the way, C2 Shalonen. We do have two units both on scroll, so that's a little bit redundant, but whatever. C2 Shalonen, C2 Furina, C1 Z Lolly. This is high investment bullshit team. I want to emphasize this. This is enough conjunction of constellations, not even counting Dia's constellations, because obviously we're doing C6 Dia, but just the support constellations here stacked together change the effect of things. This is not C2's Lolly, at least yet. I haven't activated that, but Shalonen on Petra, yes, Shalonen probably on Petra would make sense technically, but I'm not going to do that. It's high investment enough already. Whatever. We can treat Shalonen not being on Petra as kind of having C2 turned off-ish, but not really. Anyways, instructors probably would be better. Yes, actually, that is true. I could just do that quick, but we're fine. We're fine. First half, we're using Furina and Shalonen. And this we can do a Shivers team. Let's do some Varessa. Let's do some Varessa. Who's the last slot here? My brain. We want Pyro. There you go. Doot, doot. Wait, you do like something like. Wait, what? My brain. I don't know if it matters that much. Just do this. Such a beautiful wheelchair, not a wheelchair, a throne. Don't you have Petra for Xylo? I do. I just think it's high investment enough already. It's like, I don't know. I don't think I need to go full min-max in the team right now. Especially because we're going to hopefully activate C2 Sonali shortly.
Care for the dance? Dance with me! Be a good audience. At least
Your journey
you're
ends
here
here.
to watch.
You are not. Your sacrifice is ready.
Oops, I should have. Sorry. I'm not used to this team. Do I still not have. Oh my god. Okay.
Dance with me!
How is your skill not back on cooldown yet? Did I? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm.
The show's
My brain. It's fine.
care for a dance? Dance with me! Be a good audience. We're not done yet. The curtain
Your journey
will
ends here.
care for the dance. Dance with me!
It's kind of funny how Varese is clearing this kind of slowly just because, like, the enemy stall mechanics cause us to take a while. Please die. How are you gonna die? There you go. I need it. It's fine.
Letting grave names echo.
Why did I not play a sound? Nice. Wham! I mean, it's almost dead already. Lucky crit and Seed Lolly was nice. And honestly, I think having Scroll on Shalota and Seed Lolly is going to help actually be able to get Scroll consistently on Dehya. Oh, frick. So like, I think it actually is not like a bad idea. Okay, it seems okay. We took over with Pyro. We are taking it with Pyro a little bit still, but then we are also getting some babes. Like it's pretty good. I don't know. It's really hard for me to evaluate this at the investment level I have with the stacking of things here of different buffs. Yeah, energy seems fine. Just a little bit buff at one time. Okay. Yeah. Kind of feels like Seat Ollie's still the show. Oops, it helps if I press you. Press that should be later. Really fast here. Whoopsies, my bad. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Spending too long on Bressa. That's the main problem with Bressa. I don't play her enough to get a proper feel for her. When I should be doing certain things, I do stupid crap like that. It's a pretty significant functional damage loss. Aggravate Varese? Yeah, aggravate Varese. That's fine. We're probably not gonna get burst on Ollie. Oh, we did. Nice. Not that it matters that much. Because we're not even bursting on Dehya. In fact, actually, we're gonna have to rely on physical damage. So I think it'll be fine. Yeah. It's fine. Oh, I got the burst. You think I do. Yep. 100k. Updates. Should go for Pyro. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know, the team dynamic here is kind of interesting. And like, when you take over Pyro here, Furina would get a forward bait, right? This is a team where like, Furina's damage contribution is probably a little bit higher. Oh, darn it. It's cryo on enemy momentarily in a minute. Got a bait for it. Man, it's so It feels so weird that her burst lasts this long. Is Shallonen shred pyro? She shreds automatically based on the elements in the team. It's just what element she triggers a reaction with will give damage bonus based on scroll. And I did make sure to. I do believe I had bonus there. But. Probably should have set up not there, but. Kind of weird how like Veresa Overload is like the best team for this boss. It's just like okay. Oh, that pyro hit was maybe bad. I did that because I was waiting for energy. I think that caused us to overtake with pyro way sooner. I mean, obviously our damage is pretty dang good there, though, overall. Like, clearly. This. Yeah, we immediately overtook the pyro. Okay. Yeah, this is just RNG reactions the team. Who gets reactions? It doesn't matter. It's usually beneficial. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so I don't know. At the end, this is a very good Dehya team. On the investment level, at least with my units. I think I enjoy the other teams a little bit more personally, but it works well. It definitely works well, and it probably works at lower investment than I have there. I mean, it definitely works from a BIS context. I don't know how well. It'll be interesting to see how well different Dehya teams scale in non-Abyss context. Okay, let's end with Dehya Virgin. Actually, wait. Sorry, I was gonna say let's end with Dehya Virgin, and then because I wanted to do Dehya Emily first. But can we do Dehya Virgin and Emily? I think we can. I think we might be able to, but it might be using Furina without any healing. Well, I can put prototype Amber on Mama. Also, we're gonna be Dehya Burgeoning without EM unless I change her weapon. I don't want to change her weapon. Can we just Dehya Burgeon without specking into? Yeah, let's just Dehya Burgeon without. Activate C1. I could. That'd be funny. Okay, I'm just gonna put prototype Amber on her. Alright. About. Then we'll get damage bonus, and yeah, so it probably makes sense to spec Dehya and it's some EM, but again, solo pyro Dehya, I think I probably want the ER timepiece, so it would mean specking EM with like a weapon instead. I'm just gonna leave her on this build. I'm lazy. I'm sorry. I could put Furina on Kiev Kasha suit or something. So what do I do here? Do like Dehya, or do Emily, Dehya into Emily E. Alright, it's always a weird mess trying to make sure Emily is kept up properly with Furina. I think I actually start with U into U, and then I don't know. I have no idea. It's gonna be a whack. It's gonna be a whack. I can do Ino. That's true. I could try Ino. No, forget. Let's do Ino instead. We're not gonna have Or no, we do have 2 Nutcries. We're not gonna have the Bloom's critting though. But that's fine. We'll get the EM instead. I think that's perfectly fine. We don't have to faff about with healing. For Furina. Let's do more I know appreciation. Why not? I bet this will work fine. We're gonna not do the 3rd chamber, by the way. I just don't care. Well, I don't know. We could try and see how bad it is, but it's not gonna be very good with the cactus mechanic. Hello, I know. Where are you? Are you up here? No. Where the hell are you? Why are you so hard to find? There you are. It's because you're below the level 70s. That makes sense. Okay. So then we'll do this. We'll do this, and then we'll do I know. I think. Hopefully triggers a bloom, and then we can do lava. I think that'll make sense. Second half. DPS Lanyon. Okay. This is a silly thing to end the stream off with, but it might work pretty well.
Care for a dance?
We'll find out.
Dance with me!
Why did I do that?
The show's only just begun. I'm getting sick of done yet.
I think I do this. I think I do Lamba before I know. Also, I just realized I have 2 deep. Both Lauma and Emily are on deep by the way. Kind of redundant. Honestly, it's kind of great. Let's be real. It's kind of great. Lauma Dia, I know Emily. Yeah. Like she ain't getting vapes or anything, mind you, but like this one's probably staying in the team list. There's more min-maxing to be had for that team's damage significantly. Let alone factoring in that, you know, would like to get C2, I know. Okay, that. Oh, don't you dare. Okay, there we go. Still don't have energy on his morning. Whatever. Please. Sir, thank you. Okay. Pamber equivalents for each weapon type. I would really like that. But it'd be too, I think it'd be too strong. But I would like it. Alright. You can have carryover things. Let's just do this. Energy map. Okay, do this. Good. Honestly, we're getting a surprisingly high amount of cores being generated, honestly, for how, you know, I know is not applying that much hydro, I feel like, to crazily, like, overtake. the application here, but it's enough to generate some cores. And it's a very satisfying combination of numbers on the screen here. Why did I do that? I just reset and leave, but literally no reason. I can tell you Dehya doesn't seem like she's contributing nearly as much here. Which is not that surprising. So, I don't know. It definitely just feels like Dehya is driving the overall... Like, Dehya is contributing here, right? But it's more, she feels like she's driving the overall reaction engine. More than anything. And it's enjoyable. But that's fundamentally what it is. Got that out. Oh, I forgot to make sure I got the Bennett buff going first. Bursting too quick sometimes is bad. That's one of the upsides of 5-star burst animations. Is if you like immediately switch to them and burst, their damage doesn't happen until after, you know, their animation. And if you're standing in Bennett burst when you're doing that, that means Bennett buff is going to apply while they're in their animation. Whereas me swapping to Lanyan and then immediately bursting just sometimes doesn't have Bennett buff up, because Bennett buff actually takes a second to apply sometimes. And it's just something to be aware of optimization wise, but Lanyan's the only unit I've really actually ever noticed it on being a problem. It's just kind of interesting. Better set up with Dehya with EM skill only and Llama driving. Yeah, maybe. Like just full Burgeon Dehya might be smarter here. Oh, we're gonna see how bad this is, but I don't know. We'll see how the we'll see. I don't think we're gonna get through the shield, but I don't know. Yeah, we're not gonna get through the shield. Also, but that's fine. I don't know. Just keep going through things. Going through the motions. Did it move again? I think it did. Not that it matters. If you don't get through the shield, you don't do any damage to it. What, that insta-kills? Oh my god. I thought that wouldn't insta-kill Dehya. I thought she'd survive, but apparently need to tank it. I don't know. Let's see if we can clear this by brute forcing. Might be doable. Might. Oh, good job. I don't know why I'm bothering doing that. It doesn't even really matter. I just need to like wait out things, honestly. Try to set up a burst like at the right time, but strictly an Emily burst. Come on. If we only had one Verdant Boost out there, that's fine. Okay. So our Hydro Core generation is a little inconsistent. single target at least. That might be why it was working so well. It probably works a lot better. I know his application probably actually generates a lot more danger core than AoE. Because yeah. Oh frick, he went into your hat. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to brute force this. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, never mind. It's not gonna stay in the team list or anything. It's a funny, silly team. Maybe we'll use it again in the future. Maybe we'll play around with full EM build, but I don't know. You're gonna make me do full EM now that I have a C6 Dehya. That feels sacrilegious. So yeah. Anyways, I had my conclusion before. C6 Dehya, very worth it for me. That's all there is to it. We can end the stream with figuring out what material this thing requires. Like I said before, how I don't know if I might just become a Llama anti-burster, but I'd still like to have the option to Llama burst, and this is an easy weapon option to put on her and forget about it. But maybe I'll end up just using Fab anyways, I don't know. Either way, I want to level it up to try it out. So let me check what it takes to level. Ether light, spindle loot, do shiny money route. It's 8 p.m. and I gotta go record other things. Otherwise, I would. Okay, it requires a different material than it shows in here. It's not this material. That's what I wanted to check. It requires the little leg-looking thing. Okie dokie. Sounds good. Well, I should go do these anecdotes, but not right now. So yeah, I don't know. C6D is great. That's all. What more yacht do I need? I will continue enjoying Dehya. This will probably turn into a video at some point. But I have like the recording file, by the way, is 3 hours long, and that's the second recording file. My lordy, that's gonna be a big file. This video is gonna be hard to edit. It's gonna be hard to edit the highlights of that whole testing. It'll probably skip a lot of the initial comparison in the edited video. Guess we can have the text back on the chat back on screen. Oh, that's really funny, by the way. I think the YouTube chat is just gonna keep on doing that until it catches up, and it's hours behind. I'm gonna leave it there because it's funny, but that's just funny. It's pointless. It does nothing. But I think it's funny that that's a problem. I remember that being a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like chat is super active. It just isn't. It's just catching up. It's like it's funny looking through and reading it, and then like trying to be like, wait, what? I wonder how long ago that was. Yeah, we can see the past. It's really funny. I don't know. Anyways, okay. What did I come here for? I actually don't know. Why did I interact with that? Oh, I think I went to go claim my expedition, so I did that. Okay. Not cry. I think the weapon domain's here. Yeah. I've been here about 2 hours and see me. Yeah. You're why are you talking so actively? You're still here. Ziox's BF? Yeah, okay. So now I know where that chat was, because that's like when I was slandering Jeff. Oh my god, it's now going so fast. Holy, I just got 5 billion viewers. Why did it suddenly start updating at Mach 10? Wow, it's like I'm Doug suddenly. This is what Doug's chat looks like. I don't understand how that dude reads anything from his chat. I think it's because he has a community that fosters like simple responses. Anyway, would you go for Flynn C2R0 or C1R1? That's a good question, honestly. Like, I think I would actually. So this might be a controversial take because of, you know, the prevalence of spreadsheet impacting. I think C1R1, and the reason for that is Stygian Onslaught. Right, because I think if you're considering high investment things, it's because you want Flynn's to be even better in Stygian Onslaught. And remember, you start with no energy in Stygian. And Flynn's is a unit that needs energy for his kit to function. So, from my point of view, outside of enemies that have like specific mechanics that refund energy, or not specific mechanics, but just the Stygians that they have bosses that have mechanics that refund energy. Like, I gotta imagine there's gonna be boss situations where you're just like, wow, I would sure think this Flynn's team has the DPS and potential to work here, but then just takes 5 years to get his burst back, and they got to sacrifice a shit ton of damage. Like, anyways, like his weapon refunding energy, a ton of energy directly and whatever. I would lean towards C1R1 personally, but also it's going to depend on like how your situation goes for Ino, because getting Ino C6 might be relevant and whatever for him too. So I don't know. Anyways, we have no energy. You're on an ER timepiece, which is good for him. Put you back on EM. Actually, Oron's on the attack timepiece. Yeah, there you go. Exploring the island is amazing, yeah. I really enjoyed exploring Nogcry so far. It's why I might only get one video out this weekend. The sponsored video might unironically be delayed because of it. Oopsies, Hoyoverse. Like, that'd be really funny if the sponsored video is delayed and my main, because like they have like some specific things they want me to call up, but it's mostly like a choice of, hey, tell the people about the new Genshin update, and like something about the update that you want to talk about, that like, and for me, I could just be like, this video was late, and you want to know why it was late? It's because I was just enjoying playing Nogcry and exploring the new region. Like, that's why it took so long to make this video. So, it's because I was just playing the video game rather than making content in the video game, and that's maybe the most positive thing I could tell you about the new update. Is that it made me want to play the video game rather than make money. So yeah. What's the point of doing double reaction team? Overvape, isn't it going to mess up the needed reaction? No, you get both at the same time. You can get vaporizes and vapes at the same time. Do I have a burst up? I don't have a burst up. That's fine. Let's get my burst up. So, do that. Alright, do that. And just watch the E alone, right? See, you get a vaporize and overload at the same time. Vaporize, overload at the same time. Vaporize, overload at the same time. Vaporize, overload at the same time. Right? So you get additional damage value, because it means like Dehya, I don't know what the overload damage was. I wasn't looking at the damage number, right? But you get her talent damage, right? You get the scaling of vaporize and how EM amplifies your vaporize damage. But then you also get the overload damage on top of that, right? Yeah. So yeah. It does not mess up the reaction you want, and particularly with enough overvape at least. But yeah, I do want to get the sword here. Sword should be fun. Okay, we can log on to Polems Only and do Polems Only farming real quick, and then that'll probably be the stream. Wait, I didn't claim my expedition rewards? I thought I did. Brain. Yeah, Nogcry might be up there with Fontaine, the amount of enjoyment I've had exploring. Yeah, I initially really enjoyed Fontaine's exploration, but then for some reason I just didn't have the desire to explore the later patches as much. Oh, nice. But yeah, we're here. And that might happen again. I don't know. We'll see. I've enjoyed exploring this region quite a lot. It's up there. There's a chance Nogcry supplants Inazuma as my favorite region exploration wise. So yeah. Anyways, hello turtle. Poems only real quick, and that'll be that. I'm very happy the game was nice to me. I'm very happy there's no trauma for getting C6. The only trauma from getting C6 Dehya is the LOL have 2 double early Lauma. like if the double early had been on Dehya, if I did 1 10 pull on the Dehya banner and immediately got C6, then I would have been able to get level 100 immediately, and I would have maybe had resources left over to like throw at Beacon, which would have been stupid. That's the only trauma is that clearly I should have just wished more on Dehya instead of wishing more for Lauma. Clearly. Right? If I hadn't spent the 30 wishes on Lauma banner, I'd basically be at Pity again on the Chronicle banner in the worst case. This is stupid logic, by the way. I'm just being dumb. I'm just being dumb. There's no actual trauma. I got stupid lucky. I got really dumb lucky. And I specifically decided to wish in a way that my plan was get 1 copy of Dehya from Chronicle banner, 50-50 win or 50-50 loss, get 1 copy from Chronicle banner, then go to Pydia and Llama because I might lose my 50-50 to Dehya there, which would be 2 copies of Dehya. If I win the 50-50 on Llama, cool, then I go back to Chronicle banner. If I lose the 50-50, do I lose it to Kaching, Mona, or Dehya? Because Kaching or Mona would be cool. That's level 100 material. If it's to Dehya, it's cool, and whatever. Like I had a plan. I followed the plan, and the plan just pooped RNG on me. RNG luckiness, like the ideal situation, more than ideal situation happened. It's just, if we ask in hindsight of if the same circumstance of how many 5 stars I got and which ones were early, where would I have preferred them to happen? I would have preferred the double early happening on Chronicle banner with Dehya instead of Llama. Llama, I just needed a normal 50-50 win on. Anyways, I'm sure I'll be able to get enjoyment out of C1 Llama. It's fine. But you know, I like Dehya too much. That's all. EM on Varesa, worthless and overload? Not technically, but generally speaking, yes. Also, I think, well, actually, no, it is, isn't it? Because doesn't she end up applying enough Electro that she overpowers the Pyro Aura? So that means your Pyro unit is the one triggering overload, not the Electro unit. So yes, it is. Usually. Might not be with Pyro Traveler, I'm not sure. We need to go to the artifact. Wait, not to the artifact domain. We need to go... Well, okay. I should really finish getting Talons first. But artifacts are more fun. Okay, we'll do 1 artifact run. And depending on what we get from 1 artifact run, we'll see. We'll see if it's an artifact day or not. My plan was C1 Llama and Beacon, and I used 220 wishes. I only have a C0 Llama. Yeah. I got so dumb lucky. Like, having the amount of wishes I had, and me being like, I'd love to get 2 Dias today, but we'll see what happens, especially because I would also like to get Llama, and then it gave me everything and more. Is crazy. Like, I do not understand my... Like, the amount of 5 stars I have gotten in particular. Like, I have done... Actually, that's a thing we should check. Wait, I have done, I think, 200 wishes plus the 70 wishes last patch. So 70 wishes last patch was on, and this is not counting, like, my total pity. I'm just the number of wishes total. So this is not, like, necessarily the correct way to maybe split this, but... I did 70 wishes last patch, and then I've now done about 200. Well, actually, no, I think I've done less than 200 this. I think I did like 160, 170. And then I did 20 pulls since then. I'm going to guess, I'm going to be pessimistic. Oh, no, I'm going to say 190. Plus 70, I did 260, and then I got 1, 2, 3, 5 stars there, and I got 4. So I got 7 5 stars total, so divide that by 7. My average pity for 5 stars was 37. And there was only 1 50-50 loss in there. Like, what the? That's so much above average. That's so, like, the average, by the way, is 1 in 60. Right? If you factor in earlies over time, your average should be like a 5 star of every 60 wishes. That's where the 1.6% comes out to. Right. But, anyways. I digress. I feel some, like, unluckiness on the horizon. Like, Lanyan is gonna punish me. Lanyon is going to punish me. It must happen. But you know what? Lanyon can punish me as long as she's on Nefer banner. Surely, right? Surely. You test Dehya C6 yet? Yeah, sorry. Hex, you joined in at the very end of my stream. That could be an onset couple for Flynn's technically. It's kind of cope, but onset goblets can be cope and still good. So yeah, Hex, if you check out my YouTube channel, you can check out the VOD there, or you can check out the VOD on the Twitch. But yeah, I just got done with like 5 hours of Dehya testing. About 3 hours, and I think is when I actually activated Dehya C6. If you want to just skip to that. But yeah, C6 Dehya was very worth it for me because I'm a Dehya fan. It uplifted her enough to a level. I mean, it was not enough. There wasn't like a specific threshold that was like, I need Dehya to hit. Because I'm not happy with Dehya now. I was happy with Dehya before. I enjoyed playing her before, but now Dehya is just going to be a lot stronger, and I can seriously consider like trying to do, you know, more things in Stygian. It's crit damage ER for Flynn's. That's like a big ol' fat maybe. ER time piece on Flynn's is also a big ol' fat maybe. What's this with these weird artifacts? Fine. You know what? You keep on giving me weird artifacts. That clearly is a sign that I spend my resin here today. Because you're going to give me a really good artifact. Right? Lanyon won't be on the Nefer banner. Give up the false hope. She's meant for Arlecchino. I know, it just pisses me off because, like, I'm well aware that's probably what's going to happen. It just pisses me off because that's like... They ran Lanyon on Arlecchino originally. Like, it's just so unnecessary, I feel like, to run her on Lanyon again. Even though she's synergistic there. It just... And like, I know there's people that didn't get Lanyon originally or whatever, and like it makes sense. I just like, wow. I just ack. Yeah, I know. Lanyon is almost surely not going to be on. Arlecchino's probably second half based on the Abyss Blessings, and Lanyon probably is going to run. Again. Arlecchino C2 worth it. I think the only context in which I could confidently say yes, sure, is in co-op. But which is more relevant actual context nowadays because it's Stygian. That's cool. But I don't know. It creates awkward things. Like you can see, like I don't think I properly got vapes towards the end there. And like it's not that I knew I should see. I knew it. I knew if you keep on giving me potato artifacts, that it's a potato, not potato, but like potatoes are healthy for you. But it's not like you're not like glad to eat a potato normally, right? Sometimes you are, but like that's like what I got for those potential Flynn's artifacts before. But if it gives you potatoes, it's a sign clearly that it's going to give you a not potato right there. Anyways, so like it changes Arlecchino's gameplay in a way that definitely matters. Like from a how Arlecchino C2, like not just the damage it can give, but just the fact that like you can do like your burst and immediately be able to do her E again and then absorb the mark immediately is something that from an optimization standpoint and from a standpoint of like making her feel better to play, like more tanky or whatever, because you can more liberally use her burst kind of thing, yada yada. There's a lot of things I would say that like makes Arlecchino C2 a constellation that if you're considering it, most people probably would not regret it. I think the average player. It can make her vaporize and melt teams a little bit more awkward to play properly, but for most people it's not really a problem, in my mind. Wow, exciting. I do have 2 elixirs, by the way, which I am not going to use right now. I think they make sense to save until I potentially am able to... It makes sense to save until I am potentially able to figure out what I need to craft. Stop it. Stop it. What I need... I went to the wrong spot. And blah, blah, blah. Oh, god dang it. Forgot. 'Cause I haven't... Yeah. My brain. Oh, figure out what I don't have for Flints, right? Like if I end up getting a decent onset goblet or circlet or whatever for him, right? From the domain, then don't need to do whatever. So Furina's also coming 6.1, yeah.
Thank you for
Most likely first half, I bet. We'll see. We will see. First half, I think, is just because it makes for a better bait weapon banner. Okay, okay. Artifacts. That one we do have to check. Honestly, we should check this one too. But okay, we did. Oh yeah, I forgot. We technically did just get an on-site goblet. Okay, this is a. We throw this in, and if it rolls 30% crit damage, it's great. Okay, 10 out of 10. I mean, that makes that decision easy. That. Oh, that one kind of hurts. This is a potential reroll target for like an Anefa. I don't know, is it? I think Anefa is usually going to be on Tenacity on this account, actually. So, you know, I guess it's fine. Oh, nice. Free XP. Great. Hey, thanks for listening. You know, it recovered. It's a Thanos piece, but I'm happy with Thanos piece. I'm probably gonna use this on Candace actually. I think Candace is probably sensible to move over to this artifact set, basically permanently. Even if she's only, well, I don't know. It's weird. Okay, well. That's an okay day for artifacts, I suppose. So, yeah. Would have preferred a non-HP roll, which is fine. It's fine. We can cope. All right. Our splins goes. I still have this, so you know. I gotta get re-rollers, and I have this. I gotta get re-rollers to go re-roll this, but that's fine. Anyways, we don't have to worry about that right now. Don't have to worry about it right this second. Do I have any encounter points? Nope. Well, I have one. That'll give me like 1 or 2 dailies or something. Okay. They rerun Zhongli's power creep on his own banner in second phase, though. That's true. It is a little bit of a weird look if they rerun Zhongli Arlecchino second half with Lanyan on the banner too. And the real cope though for Lanyan with Nefer is Nefer EM is basically equivalent to crit for her, right? As it currently stands. And therefore Lanyan and also Nefer suffers from not having defensive utility options, right? So Lanyan C4 being a 60 EM buff. This is basically like just a mean like Ino C1 is 80 EM for the on-fielder. Ino C1 can give like 5k additional DPS. 80 EM, 4 EM rolls can be like 5k additional DPS for Nefer. So like if you're wanting for defensive utility, Lanyan is a good shielder, and you can like you need to use her burst for this anyways. So you put her on like not a noblesse build. No, you put her on the support set, right? And then that gives her ER, right? You put her on the support set probably. Well, wait. Oh, the uptime might be a bit sus. Okay. Well, no. Nefer's pretty flexible for you to be able to swap out and just whack on her again, because all it requires is elemental damage, right? Yeah, when dealing elemental damage, so you can just swap to her and do it again. Yeah, so the set could be used on Lanyan with Nefer teams. She can buff Team EM by 120, and then you know your Ino can be on instructors, and then this 60 EM buff on top of that, and then you get your defensive utility too. Lanyon is not a zero synergy unit. She's definitely not a zero synergy unit with Nefer. A lot of people will want defensive utility. This is my cope. This is my cope, is that there is synergy with Lanyon. The reason there's synergy, the real reason there's synergy with Lanyon and Nefer is really in practice just because Nefer doesn't have that many good 4-star options. So someone that just is giving defensive utility and can hold the support artifact set, which lets Ino hold a better buffing artifact set, instructors, and then hey, she happens to have a constellation that can do a little bit more buffing too, is not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, okay? Not irrelevant. You don't even care about the swirls. You don't even this would be a team where you just E on Lanyon and then you don't do her normal attack. So I can cope, okay? I can continue this cope until the patch comes. Because we won't know until the patch comes. And it's also, they're presumably not going to showcase the banners like they did for version 6.0 either. So we're not going to see the banners until they actually announce it. So the cope continues until we know for sure that she's not on there, okay? Anyways, enough yapping. I really gotta go take a break and then I gotta record. Hopefully Llama video for tomorrow. If not Llama video, then it'll probably be Ino video. The Dehya video from whatever we recorded today should be coming out in the future too. Thanks everyone for watching, being part of the C6 Dehya journey. The Dehya journey is not quite over either. We can't forget that either. The Dehya journey only truly ends, well, maybe it never ends because I could theoretically set my sights on R5 Beacon in the future, but the Dehya journey mostly ends. I don't know, R5 weapons still feels like kind of stinky to me because like weapons alone on their own is like one thing for a path to high investment options. Like weapons are interesting in Genshin, but I also still maintain the only good weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. And no gacha game has the weapon banner that doesn't exist. So I don't know how I feel about the idea, even if I don't spend money for it. I don't know how I feel about the idea of going for Beacon of the Reed C R5 in the future. But if I don't know, it'll be a consideration maybe the next time the banner comes around. I don't freaking know. Anyway, the goal is to get level 100 Dehya. We will probably do grinding streams and try to get to pity at least one more time on Chronicle Banner on my main account. Arknights has no weapon banner, but doesn't it also have like 0 pity system? So it's just like, also I feel like that, like, also you might say Arknights has no weapon banner. I have no idea what Arknights gacha is like, but like if someone told me like Uma Musume has no weapon banner, and then I went and played Uma Musume, I'm like, okay, yes, technically Uma Musume has no weapon banner because the game works in a way that like doesn't that yes, technically the cards are not weapons. You don't equip them to the characters in the same way that you do for other gacha games. But like at the same time, it has multiple different banner types that you wish on. So like you only gamma characters? Okay. Well, good job Arknights then, I guess. But yeah, we'll level 100 Dehya soon TM, but worst case is with a Dehya copy from the Constellation selector, which will delay getting Nilu C2. But oh well. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a Dehya copy for Chronicle. We'll see. And we'll maybe do desert exploration to manifest that. Hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. But that'll be a next week thing. I want to finish my videos with stuff this week and whatever. Got too many videos I want to make. All ideas in my head. Not Cry's been enjoyable so far. So I'm more motivated to make content than I have been honestly in general in the recent months. So yeah. There is a pity system. Honestly, the way it works is you don't generally need to hit pity to get the characters. Okay. Well, that's good, I guess, that Arknights is not cringe. I'm not going to play it because of it, though. I don't play gacha games because of the gambling system. I play gacha games because they can be good games despite the gambling system. So, and it might be a good game, I just don't want another gacha right now. That's all. So, anyways, good for them. Someone can do it slightly less cringe. That's something. Nahida or Llama for the pulls? What do you mean? Like for you? I mean, if you're going to choose between them, I'll just say Llama without any other explanation. Llama is the more valuable unit at a baseline at this point in the game. But if you hate the character for some reason. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway. Should I raid someone? I don't know. Well, bye YouTube.